Rules number 11.
Found the email, but I can't find the attachment.
If it's a word, it'll be at the word bottom.
Mr. Chairman,
I know, I've gone to the very bottom, and
I haven't actually.
Outlook used to just put this stuff.
No,
at the
this is
top.
supplementals. This is supplementals.
Okay, I'm at the very bottom. I don't see it.
It's 5. Yes, it's 5. It's version 5.
grammar, spelling, formatting, and punctuation.
Well, it's got all kinds of things on it. But yeah. We're calling it up on the.
I know, I'm working at number 11.
Yes, it should be working, but again,
I don't see an attachment on the email. It may be on
not
there, but I'm
not
just
to be shared.
It looks like a little paper plate.
So by request of some of the members, I'll wait till y'all have got a copy you can follow along with us.
I'm trying not to do.
No, not that one. Look under rule, email rule.
See, because my RPT rules number 11, supplemental convention rules.
Here.
We got that. Oh, is this still the one at 3? This is the one where,
Oh, well, maybe that's it.
he has some.
Oh,
I don't think that's the one he meant.
Okay, there we go. There.
interneted.
This is a supplemental rule.
11 has the Saturday night one.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's the same one.
Yeah,
It's the same
he
one.
meant to send the wrong, he sent the wrong one.
There isn't a today's one yet.
Which
24.
connection is it? You know?
Let me double check on something else because that one's trying to get me to do another stuff.
My machine is slower than Christmas.
Mine was dated 309, so. We're taking that.
Took the liberty of going ahead and putting in this, I believe it was Saturday night, maybe even yesterday. There's one suggestion that came from the convention planners, and that's that in rule number 7, if you scroll down on that, in rule number 7, that we should consider putting some time limits on debate on permanent rules, platform and resolutions, and legislative priorities. And these are not suggested from them. It was just based on their comments. I picked these numbers based on what some of the prior debates have been in other conventions. That was not in what y'all saw last on Thursday. You'll notice we've cleaned up a lot of the formatting, things like that. A few of y'all have suggested additional changes. There were a couple of paragraphs that did not get taken out, even though we struck them. When we get to that, we can go through all that. And then there was one issue that I believe we covered this on the Monday call, if memory serves, where we had cut the speaking time for chair and vice chair candidates before the floor from 5 minutes to 4 minutes, but left the RNC time at 5 minutes. That had gotten switched back somehow or another, and so I put it back to 4, which was what the last I remember any big discussion being over. I'm not saying I like 4, but that was the way we left it at the Zoom call, so we could revisit that. We had also talked in our Zoom call about being consistent with the CD caucus to have a 2-person runoff instead of the current language, which allows in certain situations a 3-person runoff in the CD caucus only. All the other runoffs mentioned are 2-person runoff, and we didn't take any action on it on Thursday, if you remember, because we were going to try to double check and see if there was anything that anybody could find on RNC rules or anything else that might keep us from doing that. So far, the information we've had back is that there's nothing that keeps us from making it consistent and going to a 2-person runoff, at least not that I've heard as of this time. So with that, I hope that this will actually potentially go faster than our own committee rules. And I would suggest that we simply go through these from top to bottom, and when we get to something that's highlighted or has a comment or something, if we take that up and discuss it, and of course anything you want to bring up that's not currently highlighted or commented, we can do that as well. Anybody have anything on rule number 1? Now, these are the supplemental rules. I'm assuming everybody's got a copy of them. They can either see on the board or in front of them. Seeing none, we'll move on to rule number 2.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
Bruce Campbell, SD 24. Do we need to have a motion to adopt these?
Yes, thank you. Thank you,
So I have a
Bruce.
motion
That
to
would be in
adopt
order.
the supplemental rules as they were sent to us in this most recent number 11.
Thank you, Bruce. Seconded by who? Leslie. Okay. Should we just take a vote? No.
Mr. Chairman, what is it that we're specifically discussing here? I'm confused.
It's the supplemental rules that are substantially the same as we left the Zoom call Thursday night, but the things that had been resolved have been mostly cleaned up.
I third her motion.
Okay.
That's called voting.
Okay, so I'll go through these sequentially. It's been moved and seconded and thirded that we adopt these rules. Are there any amendments on rule number 1, governing authority? Seeing none, are there any amendments on rule number 2, signage? Or signs. Are there any amendments? Seeing none, are there any amendments on rule number 3, passes, badges, and minor children?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Eric O'Peel, SD 14, register is misspelled in the last,
Ah.
second last line.
It's even highlighted.
Can we take that as a friendly amendment?
I move that we spell it correctly.
Register.
I move that we spell all words.
There we go. I'll second.
We've got a a motion that we spell all words correctly. And Erica seconded it. Can we take a quick vote on that? All in favor, aye? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Dwayne. That was, did David vote against that? Okay. Okay, so Eric, did you have, other than that register,
I did not.
you did not have any others? Okay, did you fix that? Okay, good. On rule number 4, alternate seating, any amendments? Seeing none. Rule number 5, filing of original motions and amendments. Yes, David?
Mr. Chairman, I had a quick, on rule number 2, I apologize for not seeing this sooner, but the state chairman or his representative would probably be better language instead of just the state chairman or his designated representative. Otherwise, he's got to approve everything himself.
So the amendment, I would take it as a friendly amendment, but it might, maybe. State chairman or his delegate,
Designated
or
representative.
his designated
Designee?
staff.
Designee. I think designee would be the
Well,
right word.
put it into a formal motion and we'll vote
Yeah,
on it.
state chairman or their designee.
Or their designee, which is she said.
Yeah. Because the chairman's super busy during convention, and so this is a time saver. He can designate somebody to take care of the signage requests.
Any others? It's been moved and seconded that we amend to include or their designee in Rule 2. Take a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The amendment passes. Thank you, David. Okay, I think we were on 5. Filing of original motions and amendments. We did put the secretary in, the address for email. It's been confirmed at this point. That could always be changed at the last minute by the SREC on Wednesday. Okay, seeing no amendments to 5, we go to...
Mr. Chairman, Senate District 17, Caleb Piado, point of information.
Yes, sir.
What would be an original motion? Is the original motion something that's already part of the platform, something has been on the platform in previous years?
No, if you look at the wording of that first sentence, it's original motions and amendments, not proposed amendments to the 2024 RPT.
So
or,
only
platform.
2024.
So it could really be anything that happened on the convention floor.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have the, I guess there were a couple of changes suggested by Rachel, I believe, just clarifying that it's the convention secretary, not the RPT secretary. And I think that's a more correct way to do it. We probably should take a vote on accepting that clarification. Do I have an amendment to accept that convention clarification? Second? Yes. No second?
Second.
Oh, sorry. All in favor, and it's in 2 places there in that last paragraph of 5. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? So amended. Rule number 6, floor recognition. I don't see any edits over the weekend suggested on that. Do I see any from the committee? No, we'll move on to 7. 7 is this one I just mentioned, and kind of the overview is probably the major thing that I changed to it. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, SDC 21, Kathy Hagler, I emailed y'all a paragraph I would like to add to rule number 7. New paragraph. I'll read it. The schedule for general session business posted on the RPT website and found on page 31 of the 2024 convention program shall be strictly followed in general sessions 1, 2, and 3. They shall not be recessed or adjourned until the posted business of that general session has been completed.
Second.
Would you like me to speak to that?
Sure.
Okay, there's rumors of pushing state business into Saturday. We already don't have enough time for Saturday business on Saturday, and we're threatened with having to pay thousands of dollars every hour for staying in the convention center too long. So I'm trying to make sure that in each general session, at least general sessions 1, 2, and 3, I'm not saying 4, we at least finish the business we're supposed to do before we just try to push it over to another session. We need to take care of that business in that session as posted.
There is, I think, just point of information, there's at least, I believe, 1 or 2 things where your specific language might interfere with even this committee's business. And that's because the pre-printed schedule shows us meeting from 7 to 10, and we're actually going 6 to 11 potentially on Thursday night.
Okay, this is only for general session business, not anything about committees or caucuses.
Only for general
Only
session.
for general sessions.
Can we skip that? Suggestion, it's up to the committee that we adopt that we postpone consideration of that one until the secretaries get the copy of it. And
Okay, I emailed it during the break.
Okay, and we're not closing out section 7, but that we go ahead and go to the one that everybody's got in front of them right now, about the debate being limited.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Sandy Kent, SD 18, I make a motion that we accept your amendment as proposed for the debate.
Okay, so that's the amendment to change 7 as it's shown in the copy that was just emailed. Do we have a second on that? I didn't catch who it was, but any discussion? Yes, Dave?
Information. Does the last sentence of what is currently in Rule 7, the chairman shall have authority to extend the debate, does that apply to the 3 lines that are being added below?
I did not intend to change that, so yes, I think it still would.
Thank you.
Any others? Okay, all in
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Yes.
Are we going to finally adopt Rule 7, or are we going to come back?
No, we'll come back to 7. We'll
Okay.
come back to 7 when we've got that language.
Thank you.
Okay, this is only on the amendment to change the part that I put in it. All in favor of that? Oh, wait, haven't actually started the vote. Leslie?
Mr. Chair, I just have a request information. Some delegates have requested to testify to the supplemental rules. Is that going to be allowed?
I was not planning on that. I don't believe we normally have much, if any, testimony on supplemental rules. The focus is on the main rules. Oh, yeah. Okay. Any others? All in favor of?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'm a little unclear where we are, and so I may be...
We're voting on the amendment to Rule 7, not Ms. Hagler's amendment, but the one that I put in the document that was emailed to you.
And those 3 lines?
Regarding the limits on debate.
Yeah.
So these 3, question, Mr. Chairman, so we're voting on these 3 that are in purple up here and not on Ms. Hagler?
Correct, that's correct. And we will revisit Ms. Hagler's when we get the text all set up.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, my comment...
Okay. It's on signal. Okay, all in favor of the 3 debate limits on the 3 committees, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Amendment passes. Moving on, and we'll come back to 7 when we get that language. Rule 8, roll call vote. Let's see, there's I think mostly a kind of a formatting change in there. That's, we need to vote on that. Any other amendments to Rule 8? Seeing none, we'll move to Rule 9. Written notice of state chairman and vice chairman's candidacy and their speaking limits. There was there was a date correction, and then down in the second paragraph, traditionally we have had 5 minutes, if not longer, for the state chair and vice chair to speak. And if y'all recall the discussion we had in the pre-work, the convention planners wanted this reduced to 4 minutes. Actually, at one point they went to 3 minutes. But 4 minutes was at least the last full discussion. And so that's where we're at. We need to vote that 4 minutes in or change it. I mean, it's up to y'all. Yes.
SD13, point of information. I heard some people were upset that they couldn't hear me online. So point of information, what is the logic in giving committee man and woman 5 minutes and everyone else 4 minutes?
I did not say there was any logic in that.
Okay, so in that case, I would make a motion to make 5 minutes 4 minutes, and every candidate in this convention receives 4 minutes to speak.
Been moved and seconded that if that basically on the fourth line, the 5 minutes be switched to 4 minutes. Is that correct? Okay, and it's been seconded. Any discussion on switching the RNC speeches to 4 as well? Yes, sir.
I think it's necessary for us to be consistent across all of the candidates on stage, and I think it would be only a matter of fairness because someone in the audience will raise this very same question. We need to be consistent throughout our rules when we're talking about candidates. 4 minutes is fine as far as I'm concerned. Mike Snyder, number 9.
Yes, sir.
Randy Dunning, SD2. I speak in opposition to the amendment. 4 minutes is because the vast number of candidates we have before us. I mean, this is a practical consideration for moving the convention forward. It's not like we're saying, okay, there's only 2 of each for 2 of each for party chairman and 2 of each for that, but we're going to give the RNCs 5 minutes. We're not doing that. We're dealing with the fact that we've got a mountain of candidates for state party chairman and state party vice chairman, and if you give all these people 5 minutes, you know, it's really going to cut into time for other things. So I think it's a practicality. We've done this before in SREC. We've had, when we had lots of candidates in front of us, we had to cut the number of the time down for them.
Okay, so there's 1 for and 1 against. Do we have any others? Yes, Dave.
Dave Wilson, SD11. I'm going to speak for this amendment because we don't know who can be nominated from the floor. We could have a lot of candidates for either of these, so make it even across the board. I'll be voting for that. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any against? Okay, ready for a vote? The amendment would change the 5 minutes for the RNC slots to 4 minutes to be consistent. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
Maybe have a quick show of hands. All in favor, say or raise your hand.
What are we voting on? 5 minutes?
4 minutes.
4 minutes.
4 minutes for everybody.
It's 4 minutes for everything?
4 minutes.
RNC. Yeah. For the entire session.
Not chair, vice chair.
The amendment passes. There were like 26. Yes,
Mr. Chairman, just a point of order. The title of Rule 9 is about state chair and vice chair, and we're talking about national committee man and committee woman in here. Could we make an A for state chair and vice chair and a B, or make two different numbers or something for national committee man and committee woman, because they shouldn't be under this title?
or change the title. The title is.
Or change the title.
Yeah, it's not tagged.
I have a motion to that effect.
Mr. Chairman, Tim Lambert, SD 28. I move that we change the title to be consistent with the body of the context.
Okay, it's been moved that we add Republican National Committee Man and National Committee Woman to the title.
Comma
Any
would go after
seconds?
The comma would go after vice chair before candidacy. And then you add the name national right after that comma. Does it? Well, unfortunately, the second paragraph of 9 deviates from what the purpose of the original Rule 9 caption was. Rule 9, Mr. Speaker, may I?
Yes.
On Rule 9, the original caption dealt with the first paragraph only. The second paragraph that is there, talking about the limitations on speech length, is not cannot be addressed in that caption because it's talking about written notice of candidacy. The second part, which and I think it was Kathy who had suggested that we make this a 9B because the second paragraph deals specifically with the amount of time that is allotted for the representative or the candidates to speak. And it really, it doesn't comport well. We need to make a different title for the second paragraph.
Well, but doesn't it say, and their speaking limits in the title?
But the written notice does not apply to the National Committee and National Committee man. And
I see what you're saying. Can we leave that to the editing committee to clean up the title, since that's non-binding?
Could we just renumber the rules and make it a 9 and a 10, and 9 is about written notice, and 10 is about speaking limits?
That'd change a whole bunch of stuff down there.
Okay, 9A and 9B.
Well,
Well,
yeah, 9A and 9B would be okay, but if we start renumbering, it's going to toss off everything, and people are going to really get confused real quick. So if we can't do a 9A and 9B, we've got to go to work on.
Mr. Chairman, Naomi Narvaez.
Who is that? Yes, Naomi.
Can we have some order? Because I can't hear everybody that's discussing on that side over here.
Yes.
Sorry, Mike Snyder, Senate District 9. If we can't make a 9B, we can't just start renumbering all of these because it would confuse the convention, and the delegates would be very confused because they've, quite frankly, all of these have been numbered for years, and now we're suddenly going to change the order of those by renumber them all. And I think that that's probably more than problematic. What I would suggest is creating an entire second caption, 9B, and renumbering Rule 9 to 9A, leave it as it was originally written, and then add a Rule 9B caption which addresses the specific speaking limits for chairman and vice chairman and for the RNC candidates.
Mr. Chairman.
Everybody catch that?
Tim Lambert, SD 28. I
Yes,
offered the amendment to change the title. I've been offered a friendly amendment by legal counsel to say that our problem can be resolved if we just strike the word "there" from that title, so it just says speaking limits.
Oh, striking the word "there," that way it just addresses speaking limits, but not specific to them.
Yes. Does that
Mr. Chairman, a point of information here. We're talking about a combined paragraph here, or a combined caption, which says written notice of, and then we're talking about speaking limits. And the first paragraph speaks specifically to the written notice required for state chairman and state vice chairman. The second paragraph, if you'll scoot up to it real quick on the screen, the second paragraph specifically deals with the speaking limits for all of those positions, but there is no requirement for the national committeeman and committeewoman to give notice like in the first paragraph. Are you following what I'm saying here? So I mean, the rules are well founded. The problem is the caption is convoluted, because it says the first one says written notice of state chairman and vice chairman candidacy and their speaking limits. The "and their speaking limits" does or the written notice does not apply to the second paragraph where we're talking about the national committeeman and national committeewoman.
Well, the written notice is in the second line of the first.
Is it? Does it specifically? Hang on. Okay. Yes, I'm seeing it. Okay. I think we can go with that. Yeah, I stand corrected. Yes, the written notice does apply. I agree after discussing with him. So just taking out the word "there," THEIR, in the caption will suffice.
Okay, so did we get a second for Mr. Lambert's suggested friendly amendment? We're changing the caption only at this point, and we're not doing the A and B division. Everybody clear? All in favor of that caption change, say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Passes. Thank you, members. Okay, and rule number 10. Secret ballot for chairman and vice chairman. Don't see any added comments by the members.
Mr. Chairman, I emailed, this is Eric Opiella, SD 14. I emailed you an amendment, but it's real simple. Strike the words "in each caucus" in the first line. This will ensure that if we have a floor vote for chairman and vice chairman, that it won't be by voice vote, that everyone will get to vote their voting strength, just like we have in caucus.
Could you explain that a little more? I was distracted. Sorry.
Sure. Right now, if you have, with the current language, you only have a secret ballot for chair and vice chair in caucus. If you have a vote on the floor for chair and vice chair, Rule 7 requires that you request in writing by a certain number of delegations, if I remember correctly, it's 5, I believe, a secret ballot for that vote. When we change this language, it would require that we have a secret ballot for chair and vice chair on the floor, if there is a contested election on the floor, just like you do in caucuses, to ensure that each county has the ability to vote its full strength. It maintains consistency with the process throughout the entire convention.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman, could we, Eric, could you restate your motion?
I'm just striking the words "in each caucus" on the first line. All the rest of the language is the same.
Did you send that to Shane and
sent it to you? I don't have that person's email address.
Just to me, okay.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Yes.
Sandy Kent, SD 18. If you take out "in each caucus," Eric, it talks about the caucus chairman throughout. Would you have to take out caucus for the rest of it?
No, because when we vote on the floor, you have the caucus chair who is responsible for collecting those ballots. And so we would need to maintain that language throughout. Keep in mind, this rule is placed in the section for general floor voting. We have a separate set of rules for voting in caucus. In some respects, if we just leave the language in, it's redundant with the language that we have in each senatorial caucus. So I'm striking that language in each caucus to make sure that we have the ability to have a secret ballot vote in the event of a contested election only on the floor, instead of just a shouting who's louder vote.
Thank you.
But then to next sentence,
Okay,
Eric?
just the in each caucus. So it is.
What is this for?
The secretary?
Oh, okay, all right.
Those of you, I have a, go ahead, Rachel. Sorry.
Point of information.
Sure.
Rule number 10, my question is, rule number 10, can you clarify that that only applies on the floor? It does not apply to the vote for chair and vice chair in our caucuses.
Because that's spelled out later.
Yeah, that particular language is in Rule 41.
It was a point of information for the chair.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. So rule number 10, because I think there's some ambiguity and I'm concerned. Rule number 10 is intended to only apply to the floor for chair and vice chair versus rule number 22 is how the vote should proceed in our caucuses. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
And if so, we may want to clarify that.
So, okay, do we have someone speaking for and against, other than, well, against would be first?
Point of
Kathy?
information.
Just an offer to say in general session for the title so that everyone would understand this is specific to general session, not caucus.
Amending the caption.
Just amend the caption to say in general session.
Okay, would that take care of your concern, Rachel, if we?
Point of information, Mr. Chairman. Ahead of Rule 1, we have the words in general session, which applies to all the rules in that block. I wouldn't be opposed to saying it again, but
Okay.
if we wanted to say
Point
in
of
general
information.
session instead of
Even
caucus.
though it's not binding on the rule itself.
Point
Yes,
of
sir.
information, Mike Snyder, SD9. I think that we have a conflict, not a conflict, but a conflict between Rule 10 and Rule 22. Rule 22 specifically deals with in caucus. 10 needs to deal specifically with in general, and that way it's delineated specifically in language to tell everybody this is in general session, 22 is in caucus. Does that make sense?
But I think where the ambiguity comes in, and Rachel, correct me if I'm hearing something different, the ambiguity is that in both the overarching title up toward the top and the title of rule number 10, that is not binding on the rule language itself. And so I think we're looking for putting in general session somewhere actually in Rule 10.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw my motion and replace it with striking the language in caucus with in the general session.
Second.
Yeah. 30.
But we would still be voting by caucus.
Right. But
We do.
In the general session, right. Everybody got that? Got it?
Mr. Chairman, point of information, and the reason for that is Rule 7 mandates that when you vote by secret ballot, you vote your full delegation strength by delegation.
Let's debate.
Want to help him out there? Okay, any other discussion on the amendment for Rule 10?
Point of information, Mr. Chairman.
I can't tell.
Tim Lambert, SD
Yeah, yeah.
28. So Eric, is this your motion that we're striking in each caucus and adding in general session? That is, okay, thank you.
Show on the screen now. Yes, ma'am.
Suzanne Guggenheim, SD 27. The title only speaks about chairman and vice chairman. Does this not apply to the national candidates when there are multiple candidates?
Mr. Chairman, point of information, as we discussed in the Zoom meetings that we had, the national rules require us to not vote delegation strength for national committee woman and national committee man, and so it does not.
Correct. Ready to vote? Any other for or against Eric's amendment?
Point
Yes,
of
Dave?
information, Dave Wilson, SD 11. When it says caucus chairman, is that SD caucus chairman or CD caucus chairman? The third line?
That would be SD.
Would we want to state that? I would agree. When you say caucus chairman, it seems a little ambiguous since we have two caucuses that we refer to in the rules.
But that election would be in, well, I see your point. There's some ambiguity there, but that election would naturally be when we're seated in the Senate caucus.
Whichever caucus it is.
You want to take that as a friendly, Eric?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
We wouldn't have elected our CD caucus chairman at the time of this vote anyway, but let's eliminate ambiguity when we can. I think it's a good idea.
We're getting ready to. Okay. Everybody good? Amendment we're voting on? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Y'all weren't real enthusiastic on that one. Down to any other amendments on Rule 10. Kathy?
Just a point of information, because I don't understand. The language that's at the top paragraph on page 4, where it says, "The county delegation chairman shall then poll the delegates." It makes it sound like you're asking them how they're voting. Although we've established it's a secret ballot, what does that mean? then the results of the poll of the delegation shall be conveyed to the caucus chairman. I don't understand the language.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, when you're from a rural county that has a senatorial district made up of many counties, each of those county chairmen poll their own county by delegation strength, and they report that to the convention. So you've got a poll by each county that happens there.
But you're saying a poll of their secret ballot, they're just tallying the secret ballots?
Yes.
That's just, okay.
Yeah, so each county goes and counts their vote. Exactly. So the county vote is also proportional by delegation strength.
Any others on Rule 10?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
For
Rachel.
myself, but thank you.
Rachel.
I know. So Rachel Hooper, SD 13. I move to strike the last paragraph in Rule 10 and add my proposed language that I sent to our secretaries. And I'd like to speak to my motion.
Get that? Can you go ahead and speak briefly to it while they try to pull it up?
Yes, I can. So I have, ever since our first Zoom meeting, I've been contemplating the proper procedure when we have, as we know, we have multiple state chair candidates, how the vote should proceed. And so I looked to where I've seen success in that before. And a few years ago in Harris County, we had a situation where we had multiple chair candidates. And the way we conducted the vote was the person who was last dropped off, and then the body considered the next people if no majority was received. And so what I did is my language is directly from that successful process that we used in Harris County. And some may say, oh my goodness, this is going to take a lot of time. It's actually not, and it's going to save time on the floor, I believe, if we use this process. Plus, my position is it gets to the caucus's true belief and true vote. So that is the reason for my motion. Is this is a process I have seen work recently, and I believe it's the best practice and procedure that we should use here.
I'm not disagreeing, but I have a question for the author. Why do you think this would not take more time?
Because I think that we don't have, the way it's written right now, it would just be one runoff. And I think that could miss, and I have to look at all of our SDs. We're all different. And the object, I believe, of our rules should be to get to the true vote, the true purpose of true wishes of the individual caucus. I think that having this practice is not, it's not going to take that much more time. And it's in our caucuses. We have the time to do it, I believe, and I believe that it's valuable that and important that we get to the right result that our delegates want. So I don't think it's going to take that much more time in our caucuses, and it will save time ultimately in the whole process.
But we just put that this is in general session, not individual caucus.
Caucus. So the point is, when we vote in our caucus, every time we should take that that process of until one candidate receives a majority vote, runoff elections happen, eliminating the candidate with the fewest number of votes.
Mr. Chairman? Sandy Kent, SD18. Can I speak against the motion, or does it need a second?
Yes, I don't see where you are, but yes.
Clarification?
Yes, please.
We're talking about Rule 10, which is on the floor. Rule 16 deals with the caucus, and it also has a runoff provision in that one. So I think if we're going to do the caucus, we need to wait till Rule 16 to deal with that.
That was what I was kind of alluding to for the author.
Oh, okay. Well, I definitely was going to propose it in 16 as well. And my question is, I wanted to be consistent in how my goal is to have consistency. And so that's why I proposed it now as well, is does that need to be the process on the floor? Or will we only have 2 candidates at that time?
One can't predict things, especially about the future.
Mr. Chairman.
So the reason I'm
Point of
proposing
order.
it now is because I want to have I want to have consistency. So I plan to propose this language in Rule 16 as well.
Point of order, Chairman.
Hang on a second. Do we have a second for Rachel's? I have it up there. Do we have a second for that in Rule 10?
Second.
We have a second. Okay, who had the point of information over here?
Well, that was my point, was that it doesn't have a second, but I want to speak against the motion. My name's Ken Leonard, SD8. I understand it may not take a lot of time, but then again, it may take a lot of time, and we don't have more time. Consistently, we run out of time by the end of the convention, and this would just prolong it. It would take much longer, and so I intend to vote against the motion.
Okay, others? Anybody for the motion? Leslie?
I'm speaking for this motion, and the reason why is, sorry, Kathy. The reason why is that this is Robert's rules. It's the fairest way to hold an election. So say you have 5 candidates. You have 2 blue, 3 red. The 2 blue get 45% of the vote. The 3 red get a total amount of 55% of the vote. The 3 red are automatically dropped, and you're left with the 2 blue who didn't have the majority of the vote. So you're going to get a member that is not part of the will of the body. So this is the most extreme. This is the fairest way. So if you want to drop the 2 and add a 3 or somewhere in between because of time constraints, please do it. But do not leave the 2 in there, because you will get a vote that does not reflect the will of the caucus that is electing them, or the convention. So I'm a purist. I support this. It's Robert's rules. It's the most fair, but it takes a lot of time. You want to get through general session, make your compromises, but please do not go with the 2, dropping the bottom 3 and going with the 2.
Mr. Chairman, Sandy Kent.
Is for, somebody
SD18
against?
against, Sandy Kent, SD18.
Wait, who was
Right here,
that?
in front of you.
Oh, sure.
It was U-shaped, you could see it easily.
Yeah, I know, right?
I'd like to speak against this motion. As we discussed in Zoom, I don't believe our job is to, I feel like we're putting our thumb on the scale. So each candidate has their time and their work cut out for them, and they need to do the job of getting the vote. If they don't get the vote, I don't think we need to go through that. So we're looking at possibly 4 votes for chairman. If there's 6 and we drop off 1 at a time, even 3 is going to take too long. So I speak against this.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Point of information, yes.
I've just got a question, if I'm following this correctly. This is not plurality or majority vote. We're going to do essentially vote by process of elimination. And my question to the lady who brought it up is, are we not allowing people another bite of the apple per se, because you're going to vote for your first pick candidate anyway. So if you continue to force people to pick a candidate that wasn't their first pick, so you're just forcing the lesser of two evils at some point. I'm asking this because I'm trying to follow along. I like the conceptual side of it, but I don't know that I like it in a real world application.
So I'll take that as against. So is there somebody else that wants to speak for? Dave?
Dave Wilson, SD 11. I'm speaking for this. I think one of the things some people are forgetting with regards to this, if we have 5 or 6 candidates, after the first vote, somebody doesn't get a majority, you drop one off. It's not like you have to get to 2. That second vote may be enough to give that leader the majority. So just don't start thinking that just because I got 6 candidates, I got to vote 5 times. It may not, in fact, end up that way. I agree that it's important to come up with the proper candidate, and the amendment that Rachel Hooper has, I think, gets there, and that's primarily important in my opinion. I'll be voting for the motion. Thank you.
Any against?
Susan Valiant, SD 10, and I'm against this motion. We talk about time and the limited time that we have in this. We're talking about a secret ballot that we're going to have to be doing and counting each and every single time. Thank you.
Any more in favor? Josh?
SD 15, Josh Flynn. We did this vote in Harris County, and we went 2 votes, and there was about, a half a dozen candidates. I was one, but I think I was at least I was in the second round, but then the second time we went to vote, it was done. And that was, we had about 400, 500 people in that. I don't think we have any caucuses that big, so I don't see a problem. We did it with a bunch of cantankerous people in Harris County, so we can do that here. We can certainly do that in the caucus.
Josh, I've got a quick question. Do you remember how many candidates we started off with in that?
It was about a half a dozen, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they were scraping the bottom of the barrel when they asked me.
I won't comment on that part. Our time has expired, but I will take one more against the, just to keep the for and against even. Yes, Kathy?
SD 21, Kathy Hagler. I just want to remind everybody, we've been talking about consistency to the point that we would take 5 minutes down to 4 minutes for National Committee Man and Committee Woman, so it'd be like everyone else's. If we do this for chair, remember we're going to have to do this for vice chair, and if we're going to be consistent, we're going to have to do it for SRECs and committee man too. So if we need to either be consistent or be really inconsistent about the way we're being consistent, what are we going to do? So just remember, if we do it to one, we should do it to all, and that's a lot of time.
And I would remind the members that we have 4 different places in the supplementals right now that deal with elections. 3 of those have a 2-person runoff. One of them has a 3-person runoff. None has a full Roberts-style runoff at this point. Okay. Kristen, did you have a point of information or something? No?
No, I was just, are we done speaking for
Yeah.
and against? Okay.
Yeah. And unless y'all want to extend the debate. Y'all ready for a vote? Okay, we're voting on going to a full Roberts-style elimination secret ballot on the convention floor that Rachel has suggested. All in favor of that, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Can we do a hand?
I think we should do a hand count on that. I think the nays had it, but let's do a hand count. Rachel?
No, I'm for
Oh. All in favor, raise their hand.
U-shape is easier to count votes, too.
Yes, consistency.
No, because I want it on all of them.
Okay, we're going to do a roll call vote because we had some inconsistent count. Believe the ayes may have had it, but let's do a roll call on it.
Bentley?
Aye.
Nay. Mac Duncan? No. John Boucher? Aye. Dwayne Wright?
Aye.
Keith Nelson? Aye. Russell Rush?
Aye.
Ken Leonard? No. Mike Snyder?
Aye.
Susan Valiant?
Aye. No, it was not me.
No.
Sorry, no, not me.
Never mind.
That's what I said.
Wait.
She said no.
Clarify that.
Susan Valiant?
She was a no.
She doesn't
No, believe her is not here.
She said she wasn't no. That doesn't matter. If you're not here, you're not here.
Come on. We got a proxy.
I like
Okay, we're SD 11, I believe.
Yes, sir. Dave Wilson? Aye. Ronnie Jones?
Aye.
Rachel Hooper?
Aye.
Eric Oldfield?
Nay.
Josh Van?
Aye.
Nathan Joy? Nate?
Nay.
Nate says nay.
Yeah.
Nay.
Sandra Kent?
Nay.
David Westbrook? Nay. Chuck Burnett? Aye. Kathy Hagler?
Nay.
Leslie Thomas?
Aye. I mean, no, nay. I mean, yes.
No, she was aye. She argued for it.
Rick Cook? Aye.
What was her vote?
Bruce Campbell?
Nay.
Tommy Nerville?
Aye.
Justin Nichols?
Aye.
Susan Guggenheim?
Aye.
Tim Lambert?
Nay.
Brooks Coleman?
Aye, aye, aye.
I'm in San Antonio.
Mark Russell?
Aye.
Brandon Thomas?
Aye.
Count the nays, it'll be quicker. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, missing one person.
Yeah.
Okay, by my count was 19 in favor, so the motion passes. Okay, got that in there.
What was the count?
19 to 11, I believe, with one person not voting.
Yep. We got the
Susan,
person
yeah.
not for Al to have made it.
Sorry.
Mr.
Person
Chair.
on the door.
Yeah, we should.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Point of information, Mac Duncan, SD3. I want to apologize for being a little bit distracted. One of my daughters is in the hospital, and I've been texting back and forth, so I apologize to the committee for the distraction. You had mentioned a little bit ago about not allowing testimony on the supplemental rules. Is that correct?
That was the plan, yeah.
Okay, so the point of information is, are we in violation of Rule 14 by not allowing the testimony?
I had based that on tradition. Traditional supplementals are really just to.
Right. And me, again, this is my first time in the Rules Committee, so I would defer to wisdom and experience. But is it something that someone would perhaps pick up on and say we're in contradiction to our own rules by doing that? That's the only reason I was asking the question.
Well, it's possible, but ultimately, let's check the rule. You got it in front of you, you want to read it?
Rule 14, yes, sir. Open meeting and right to testify. All meetings of any convention, committee, subcommittee, whether it be in temporary or permanent organization, shall be open to any delegate or alternate to that convention, any state or county Republican Party officer, any elected Republican public office holder, any Republican candidate. All the foregoing shall have the right to record or live stream the proceedings of digital devices, except the proceedings of any nominations committee. These same people shall have the right to appear before any convention, committee, or subcommittee and make recommendations for the committee's consideration or testify concerning any item under purview of the committee. So, again, not trying to throw a wrench in the system, but if we're looking for consistency, and we're going to be doing that in Rule 8, 44, and 46, I'm just asking, do we need to be consistent here? That's my question.
Yeah, I understand completely. It's a matter of expediency primarily and efficiency, and this has typically not been an issue. I would suggest a potential way out of this without hurting efficiency too much would be that the committee goes through all of the supplemental rules and then opens to public testimony on any of those rules. And at that point, we could go back and, based on that testimony, we could decide as a committee whether we wanted to go back and tweak something. I think that would satisfy the intent of Rule 14 as well as not get us too bogged down. And, it would get us bogged down. So.
Mr. Chairman, I would submit that as a motion. Tim Lambert, SD 28.
Yeah, okay, it's been submitted as a motion. Do we have a second? Did we operate that way? That we go all the way through the rules and then we come back and open up for delegate testimony on those supplemental rules and handle any concerns we think we need to take up again at that point. Okay?
Mr. Chairman, is that in order since we're already in the middle of considering a motion?
We haven't started the vote on anything new.
But
Well, any motions in order, this is not an amendment, it's a separate motion. We can have two motions at the same time.
Point of order. Dave Wilson, SD 11. Aren't you actually talking about a rule that should be written down here? We're talking about like a discussion item, but in fact, shouldn't it be made?
If we adopt it with majority vote, we can actually make that without a further vote part of our committee rules.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All in favor of the procedure we just outlined, that we go ahead and go through as a committee the supplemental rules, and then we open to delegate testimony before any final vote on the supplemental rules, later this evening sometime. Y'all are wanting to stay till 11 o'clock at night. I can tell that already. Signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? No. The ayes have it, and it's clearly a majority. So thank you for bringing that up. Could we take just a moment and pray for Mac's daughter? Our Father, we come to you humbly. Though we're doing important work, it's not as important as whatever the crisis is we have right now and for one of our members' families. We know that you are the great healer. We know that all things are in your hands. We know that, as in Jeremiah, it says, you formed the heavens and the earth by your outstretched arm. Nothing is too hard for you. We pray for good doctors. We pray for healing. We ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen. Okay, where were we? Any other amendments to Rule 10? Okay, moving to Rule 11, Grammar, Spelling, Formatting, Punctuation Committee. We had in the draft that I believe went out, was it Saturday night? The comments in the right column had been left in, and I think there was almost unanimous agreement at the last Zoom call that those comments were essentially redundant and were going to be taken out of there. So that Rule 11 became essentially the Grammar, Spelling, Formatting, and Punctuation Committee may add tables of content and indices to committee reports without those first two paragraphs. Got a second? It's been moved and seconded that that's what Rule 11 becomes without the other two paragraphs. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Rule 12.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Point of information. It's actually more of a joke. When I first read this, being the first time on the Rules Committee, I just thought that that was a highlighted version of why the Republican Party supports school choice when we're having problems with the grammar and spelling and things. I thought it was...
I won't comment, but there's actually a history behind that. So
I figured.
Any further amendments to Rule 12? Yes, Kathy.
SD 21 Kathy Hagler, I'd like to make an amendment to Rule 12D. Jerry, I just emailed that to you. At the very beginning, I would like to say the platform, preamble, platform principles, and then platform plank shall be considered finally adopted if a majority of the convention voting strength voted in favor. And then take out that whole second sentence. Just so that all of them are held to the same standard of the majority of the convention voting strength voting in favor.
So no supermajority.
Correct.
I'll second that.
Okay,
Did you
y'all-
get that language? I emailed it. It's not coming through.
But you're just striking the second sentence?
Yeah, I'm kind of putting them all together and saying the platform preamble, comma, platform principles, comma, and then I'll pick up plank shall be considered finally adopted if a majority, and then I'm saying of the convention voting strength voted in favor, and leaving the rest as it is.
Okay, can we get that up on the So you're not just amending part of it, you kind of reworded it?
Correct.
Can the screen be brought back up?
But even if they,
That also
So
gets
you're
rid of that
leaving-
little double comma there. We won't have two commas in a row.
So you're actually not replacing the whole paragraph, though. You're leaving
No, sir.
the rest of the paragraph.
No, sir, we're just striking the second sentence and replacing it with that red wording on the first sentence.
whoever stays becomes more weighted.
Does that now accurately reflect what you sent, Jerry? Okay, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, sir. First of all, we've got two standards. Sometimes the planks are allowed to have a simple majority, but then we have other things that have to have a 60% majority. And I think it'd be better off if we had all parts of the platform, preamble, and the planks all having the same standard. But we have a lot of people who don't think it's important to vote, so they don't vote, they don't turn in their ballots, they go to the bathroom, they go get a bag of chips. And this would encourage everyone to participate so that it's the majority of the voting strength at the convention.
Okay, anybody want to speak against it?
Randall Dunning, SD 16. I like to speak against it because when we're talking about things like the platform principles, the reason the supermajority was put in was so that very contentious things don't make it into the principles. That you have to take the time, sometimes it takes a couple of years to work it through till that you can get enough support. If you can't muster 60% support for something, I'm not sure we should consider it a party principle.
Any more in favor of this amendment? Rachel?
Rachel Hooper, SD 13. I move to strike the word majority and add 60%.
Okay, Rachel has an amendment to strike majority and make it 60%.
I will second that.
Mr. Chairman, point of order, wouldn't that contravene the purpose of this amendment that's been proposed? I don't think that's allowed under Roberts.
Well, did we get a second to?
I will, Justin Nichols, SD 26. I will second that.
Did get a second. Okay, so we're on Rachel's amendment to change everything to a supermajority. Or on the platform, I shouldn't say.
Mr. Chairman, can I accept that as a friendly?
I don't believe that's friendly, even if you're in favor of it.
Yeah.
Anybody want to speak in favor of this?
Mr. Chairman, Eric Opiella, SD 14.
Okay.
I want to speak in favor of Rachel's amendment.
Okay.
I think if this is something that is subscribed to by our party, and we place so much emphasis on this platform, the platform principles, we should have this as a higher standard. And I supported the original amendment, and I support Rachel's amendment to make this a 60% increase. 60% of the delegation voting strength, I'm sorry.
Anybody want to speak against this? Leslie?
Leslie Thomas, SD 22, I speak against. The convention voting strength. So, say you have 10 people come to the convention, 5 of them leave. It's going to take a unanimous decision by the rest, 5, to get anything passed because you're using the convention voting strength. If you raise it to 60%, 5 of them will leave. Well, I can't do math. But anyway, what I'm saying is the convention voting strength is the number that you will be referring to when you're referring to how many votes do I need to get, okay? What's the convention voting strength? So if you're voting on Friday and a big chunk of people haven't made it back yet, then that's what you're voting from. You should vote, it should be from the people that are present. The people that are present should be the ones deciding and it should be a majority of the people present. So I want you to understand what convention voting strength is referring to. And it's going to raise the bar very high. And then you add the 60% in there, and that rockets it out of probability that some of them will never get passed.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman. Dwayne Wright, SD5. Isn't it like in this scenario where 5 people leave, the 5 that are left still vote the full strength of their caucus, so it doesn't change the convention's voting strength at all, or the representative approach of it. So it doesn't drop the voting strength down to an unattainable number. It's the representative part, and that's why it's a weighted vote. If one person shows up in Harris County, their vote counts 400%, 400 times or whatever. So it doesn't change that.
I believe Kristen had her hand up next. Are you for or against?
Well, point of information first.
Okay.
Okay. The convention voting strength, I want that to be clarified because is it 60% of the original convention voting strength? Because the way Kathy was describing it, that's what it makes me think, that it's
Well, yes.
okay. Then I would speak against that because if people choose to not come and vote that day, if they're going and getting a margarita, if they're late for whatever reason, then we shouldn't be impacted by that, those of us who show up and vote that day. The other thing is I can see the potential for this being exploited to try to not get people to not show up in order to protest something that is on there that they don't agree with. And so
Is this testimony for?
I respectfully am against this.
Okay, now we would, so you were against, who would be for then?
Mr. Chairman.
John?
John Boucher, SD4. I would like to speak in favor of Ms. Hooper's amendment of 60%. I served on the board platform committee. Last time this went before the committee, I think the lowest vote received for any platform plank was 74%, 75%. So I think this is kind of a non-issue. I think they are going to pass it over 60%, the platform preamble, et cetera. So I would like to speak in favor of the motion.
I think Justin?
I am for, but I think there were 2 speeches against in a row.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. Mr. Chairman, Justin Nichols, SD 26. Again, by rule, the total voting strength is determined by the number of delegates at the beginning, and then it's divided up by proportion. So people not showing up doesn't lower the threshold. It just means that the people who remain have a greater outsized voice than the people who did not go. So I hope that assuages some concerns there, and I share my colleague's position that this is the platform that we're going to try to strengthen our elected officials' adherence to even later on in this proceeding, either today or tomorrow. And I think it's okay to say more than just 50% plus one of us believe in something. 60%, I think, is a non-issue, but also really gets to the core of what a supermajority, and not even that great of a supermajority. 60% isn't that super, but I think it does assure that the principles that have been passed in the platform are really shared by not just a majority plus one, but really the core of the party whole.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, who was that?
Bruce Campbell, SD 24.
Yes, Bruce.
Do we have the language we're talking about on the screen?
I don't see the.
I don't see a 60% up there anywhere.
That word majority.
Well, if that's what we're talking about, I need to, can we see it?
It's struck out on the end of the 4th line.
But no, but the amendment is to replace majority.
The word majority was
Yeah.
the second line. 60%.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Yes, David.
I'm just so that I fully grasp what the result of this is that this is going to result in that when we do the blank voting, assuming we still do that, on the platform and the preamble and everything else, that everything is only considered passed if it reaches 60% or greater on that vote. Am I understanding that correctly?
As it's up there now, correct.
Well,
No,
as
point of information.
Yes.
I'd like to ask the proposer of the amendment if it is reflected exactly as he intended.
Well, I have not converted. I'm a she.
I'm sorry. I thought it was Eric's. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So you're
Okay. Rachel Hooper, SD 13. So it should say strike majority. Sure, strike a majority, and it should be 60%.
okay.
Yes, Rachel.
Point of information, Miss Hooper. She, her. So, is the chair advised as to the definition of convention voting strength?
Only as provided here already. Yes, that would be, my understanding is that the way the ballots have been set up is they will be tabulated on site with the actual voting strength of those delegations. Correct.
Is the chair advised as to, in the past convention, did any planks receive less than 60%?
That's pretty broad if you're talking about all of history.
In the last convention?
In the last convention, not to my knowledge, not to my knowledge. I will add a bit there. I personally served on 4 platform conventions and chaired 1 year. If I were voting, I'd be voting against this. The first thing, there's a lot of people in this room, including on the committee, that like the concept of us trying to have as big a tent as we can to attract as many people as we can, conservative values to our party. My experience has been that it's usually some relatively small issue that gets them involved in the political process itself. And you can take your pick of the small issues. Is it raw milk? Is it 6 chickens in every home? You know, whatever it may be. But and I don't mean to belittle those issues, but it's going to be something that's going to be relatively small that literally brings them into the activist arena. For many of us, it was pro-life or something like that. But for a lot of people, it's not that. Maybe philosophically, if you're seeking to get rid of the smaller issues, you're telling those people their issue is not that important. And we're not really big tent when it comes to stuff like that. Perhaps more importantly, in my view, and again, a point of personal privilege here, is that to require a 60% vote on anything, now, putting it 60% when you're looking at principles and that kind of thing, that's one thing. When you put it down to the plank level, what that fundamentally does is takes Texas out of the leadership role. Because the way new ideas bubble to the top is they start off having a single person promoting them. and they grow over time, and at some point, they reach that 50%. If we had had this rule in place 20, 30 years ago, we would not have passed pro-life planks until it was very widely accepted nationwide. And personally, having a 50% threshold, that's a pretty high threshold anyway. The last point I would make is that, you know, Robert's rules, which we generally try to follow with exceptions, it's to protect the minority, not to put them in charge, which is what a 60% rule does on any particular issue. And so I'll put back the chair cap at that point.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman. Mike
Yes, sir.
Snyder, SD9. Clarification, if you would, please, sir, for convention voting strength. When members are missing, when delegates are missing, or alternates are missing to replace them, does that mean that the caucus is voting the strength by proxy?
It depends on the vote and not in most votes. But it is that way, the way the platform and legislative priorities are counted.
So those people that would be missing, we would be voting for them and not really knowing which direction they would have voted if they'd been present. Is that correct?
Yes. Effectively, it gives the people remaining in the room, getting the ballot, filling out the Scantron, it effectively gives them more weight to their vote.
Another point of question here, of information. And I realize that each SD has its voting strength, but what, and I'm asking this as an open question to my fellow committee members, what's wrong with going with platform planks being considered by the majority of those present?
We could take that up as a separate amendment, perhaps, if we voted this one down.
But I guess what I'm asking as part of my information question to you is, would the result be that different?
Extending on Rachel's question, I can tell you that in previous counts that I've been affiliated with, the difference between the delegates present in voting count and the fully weighted count in a convention the size of the Republican Convention of Texas is very, very small.
So negligible, okay. Would that be fair for me to say there's a negligible difference between those two, that proposition? Those present voting and those at strength?
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not necessarily fair in smaller caucuses.
Right.
Yes. But when you get into a convention this size, yeah, I think that's fair.
In fairness, for transparency to the general public that may not be here and may not be a member of this party and may not understand what we mean by voting strength, and giving the appearance that we're voting by proxy for people, it would appear to me that it would be fair for us to consider an amendment when it is available to change the language to read a majority of those present.
That would be in general rules, if I understand your question.
It wouldn't also apply here?
No, that's.
The way it works, and those of you that have been here 17 years, or Josh, let me know if I'm misstating this. The way it works is, except for congressional caucuses, everything is weighted vote unless the rules specify otherwise.
Okay. I'm just concerned about the clarity and honesty and clarity of what our vote is. And if those people are not present and not voting, how can we vote for them in those particular positions?
Mr. Chairman, may I answer?
Yes.
Provide an answer for that. I wondered about that too when I first got involved in the process back in the 1980s. And it was explained to me by people older, wiser, and no longer with us, that part of the reason with that is to get people to stick to the end of the convention. It was if you wanted to defend your positions, you could not expect others to do it for you. You had to stay to the end of the convention, because if you don't, if you the individual don't, someone else is going to vote for you. And that was a powerful incentive for people to stay to the convention and not bail out because A, they might not care about the platform versus the rules. And so it was kind of a tool to make sure people realize that we need seats full of bodies. And so if you realize that you could lose everything if you leave early and don't stay till sine die, it was a big threat that hung over everybody in the convention. You know, you need to stay and participate to the end. And I think that's a very important thing, because people sent us here. People sent us here, and they expect us here not because we're here for party, but because we've got party work to do, and they expect us to do the job to the bitter end.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman.
That's the way I understood that.
Point of information again. I've covered, I can't tell you how many Texas legislatures. And I did a story sitting on the side of the floor watching other members right next to Carol Nealon, and we watched them push the buttons for other members of the House. And it was a huge stink. And it demonstrated very clearly the dishonesty of voting for somebody by proxy when that was not allowed. And if we're going to call this as a vote of strength, we should call it a vote of proxy. The bottom line to it is, if we are not honest with ourselves, we want to bring more people in, we want to bring people to this party for clarity and for transparency, we need to be able to look at ourselves in the mirror and say, that person didn't show up, they don't care enough to vote, then they lose their vote. I agree with you, it's a good thing to have motivation to get elected to come here and to stay in your seat and vote. I intend to vote every time, I know every one of you do. But those people who come here with other alternative reasons that they're here, and they decide to leave and they lose their chance to vote, and then we turn around and vote for them, I consider that, in my conscience, to be dishonest.
I understand time has expired on this motion. Actually, it's an amendment. Counting mine as the last against for the even for and against thing from my comments. The only thing I might add before we take a vote, unless y'all want to extend debate, is that I'm afraid sometimes we get too hung up in the 50%, 60%, thinking that means maybe more than it does. The fact that we have 50% in favor of something or more, 80, 90% in a lot of cases, is more a reflection of the confidence the delegates have in the diligence that the platform committee itself has done, and that they trust their work, just like hopefully they will trust our work come Thursday and Friday. So it's not like these are random platform planks that somebody has presented from the floor that people are suddenly voting on. That might be a completely different kind of situation. That's not what we've got. Okay, does anybody want to extend the debate? Seeing none, the amendment is to change first from, well, the amendment we're on is the amendment to the amendment, which is to change to 60% for everything, including the platform planks. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? No. I think we got to have a show of hands again. All in favor, raise their up real high.
reason for changing my vote is because of 40.
Okay, let's do roll call.
Which is censored.
Still got a different.
Are we counting in the body present or?
What's that?
Standing might be fast.
Let's go ahead and do it roll call. It doesn't take that long.
Kristen?
Yay. Yes.
Kristen, you said no?
She said no.
Okay. Mac Duncan?
Nay.
Jim Boucher?
Yay, yes.
Dwayne Wright?
Yes.
Keith Nielsen?
Yes.
Russell Rush?
Aye.
What was that? Ken Leonard? No, it's Leonard. Leonard, I'm sorry. Mike Snyder?
Yes.
Susan Sally?
Nay.
Dave Wilson?
Nay.
Bonnie John?
Nay.
Rachel Hoover?
Yes.
It's convoluted anyway.
Eric Opiella?
Yes.
It's not clear enough.
Josh Lynn?
Yes.
Nate?
Joy?
No.
Caleb Waldo?
No.
Sandra Kent?
No.
David Westbrook?
No.
Chuck Burnett?
Yes.
Kathy Hegler?
Yes.
Leslie Thomas?
No.
Rick Cook?
No.
Bruce Campbell?
No.
Melanie Nervous?
Aye.
Justin Nichols?
Aye.
Susan Guggenheim?
No.
Tim Lambert?
No.
Brooks Coleman?
Nay.
Mark Russell?
Aye.
Brandon Hodges?
Nay.
The vote was 14 for and 17 against. So the motion failed. Takes us back to majority wording. 60% comes off. Is that what was reflected in your original language, Kathy?
Yes, sir. If we take the strikes out, can I speak to that one more time? Before we get too caught up with the whole thing, remember, I'm just trying, we already use voting strength to elect our chair and our vice chair and our SRECs. I am trying to bring our platform principles and our preamble up to the same standard that we use for our chair and vice chair and SRECs. I'm trying to raise the bar, just to use the same standard we use for everything else, voting strength.
So majority is no longer struck, it is part of it.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Mike Snyder, SD9, I propose an amendment to strike of the convention voting strength to, if a majority of the delegates still in attendance voted in favor. If a majority of the delegates in attendance voted in favor, striking of the convention voting strength. I understand Kathy's desire to be consistent, and I agree with that, and I would be open to the notion of going back and taking out of the voting strength language every place in this rule body. I think we need to be transparent and honest with the people that are in attendance and those people watching from the outside who are not members of our party.
I'm going to respectfully rule that's out of order. Two reasons. One is that's not the way the counting software is set up right now. And the second is that it would appear to violate standing or General Rule 7. So if we wanted to change that, that would be the place we should take that up. Because right now, Rule 7 says that any delegation can demand that it be a weighted vote. And we can't, in supplemental rules, have a rule that would violate that demand, for example, if even one caucus did that.
Mr. Chair. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay, we're going for and against. We're looking, unless it's a point of order information, do we have someone wants to speak against Kathy's amendment?
I have a point of information.
Okay, any more for?
Well, I almost said, Your Honor, I have a point of information. Is the chair advised on subsection C, the last sentence, it says the tally of the ballots shall be by delegation voting strength and shall be performed electronically. So that reference to delegation voting strength, is the chair advised as to how that would work with the convention voting strength proposed language?
What I have been advised of is that the Scantron sheets that we will be voting on, I believe it's Friday night, that has been programmed and tested to vote the full SD delegation strength of those votes that come in, yes. I know when we did this once before, we did a somewhat provisional announcement of the vote because we did not have the ability at the time to announce those results real time. And so it was provisional pending applying the weighting factor. And that was approved by the SREC later on. But yes, the software, the scanning software is all set up to do that at this point. Yes, ma'am.
And so, Rachel Hooper, SD13, I would, if you're looking for somebody to speak against this, I would like to do that.
Okay.
So, in practice, what we say here, so what inevitably happens after convention is then the media says, oh my gosh, can you believe what all they did? But the purpose, the fundamental purpose of the platform planks and the preamble, the principles, you have to look at the purpose of these. And so the reason why I proposed 60% earlier is because I believe in what was already the rule as it was previously written and has been previously working. The platform planks serve a very different purpose than the platform preamble. Thank you. The platform preamble and the platform principles. Those are core, and those are things that we use to advocate for change. Planks are important too, but again, these serve different purposes. That's why my preference, my vote will be for the language as it was originally presented earlier here today.
Which would be a no vote on this particular.
That's right. The nay. I'm kidding.
Okay, do we have anybody speaking for the amendment? Seeing none, y'all ready for a vote?
Point of information.
Yes.
Mac Duncan, SD3. For new folks like me, can the chair explain at my level of understanding how the weighted vote is tallied for delegates who are absent? Can you give me mathematics to explain how it is tallied.
I'm not sure I can give you mathematics, but let's say maybe I can give you an example. Let's say your delegation is allotted 100 delegate seats.
Right.
Okay, and only 50 of those show up at convention. Then each of those that actually vote at convention would effectively be voting with a strength of 2.
Understood. Okay.
And
That's what I was understanding.
It's
I
that
wanted to make sure.
straightforward. Mr. Dunning, you have something to add?
I was just going to say, and it's proportional. If, for example, 60 voted for something and 40 voted against, the vote would actually be 120 to 80 would be the way the numbers would tally in the end. And so it's just a straight weighting. We see it real common in the SDs. You know, you'll see a precinct will come in with 6 people and they could have had 22, and you take a proportion of that. And it's really not. I don't think it's quite cricket to refer to it as proxy voting, because you're not voting for another person. You're voting with a weighted vote, which is a completely different thing.
Yeah, in a republic, you win by showing up. Okay, if we're ready for the vote, all in favor of Kathy's amendment, which you see in red, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. No. I think the nays pretty clearly have that one. So we go back to the original language on D. Okay, we're at senatorial district caucuses. We've been going a couple of hours. I would suggest we take a 1 hour, well, is it too early for a dinner break? Probably too early for a dinner break. Let's take a 15-minute break, and that'll put us back here at 5:17. 5:17. Try to be back on time.
California and New York do our thing. Yeah, but you don't break at least 60. I've always been under the assumption, what I understand is that you have.
I would remind the committee that we've used several hours now on fairly non-substantive kinds of things. That was not our intent. But we're picking back up at Rule 14. I had a couple of questions at the break. Hang on a second. I had a couple of questions at the break from some delegates, and they want to testify, and not many, but a few, and at least this one couple was going to try to get back to, I believe it was Travis County tonight. So without objection, once we get through these supplemental rules, they didn't want to talk about supplementals. They actually wanted to talk about something that will probably be taken up later tonight or tomorrow. And so without objection, I'd be willing to do that. Eric had a
Mr. Chairman, actually, I have two constituents that are here that do want to testify on the supplemental rules, and I had sent them what you had already told us last week on that vertical schedule, that we would have testimony at this block of time. Since we're not taking lunch, or dinner, or whatever you would call this third meal of the day.
Be delayed, yeah.
I would ask that we let them testify, since it's on the supplemental rules sections we're talking about right now.
We would actually need
I move that we allow delegate testimony on supplemental rules.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess the body just voted on a proposal. I guess what you're asking now is to vote to suspend that rule, because we voted to go all the way through these, and then come back and allow people to testify. So you're asking for us to suspend that rule?
And I might add that when we went through what's left for us tonight back on the Zoom call on Thursday, it did not take very much time. We've got probably one issue that might take a little bit of time, but I'm hoping we could get through these pretty quickly at this point going forward. And I think they're agreeable, Eric, if it's the same people I talked to, that they can stay later and maybe wait at least till we get to the supplemental rule testimony portion.
I believe that it is on the sections that we're just about to get to on voting in the caucus. And so that's why I thought it would be more appropriate to do it now, so we wouldn't have to take additional time to go back.
Okay, gotcha. We've got a motion to suspend our committee rules for a couple of Eric's delegates. We've had Eric speaking for. Do we have any against? Ready to take a vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Nay. I think the ayes have it. So, Eric, if you could bring them up, or go to the back mic, I guess, then we can hear what their testimony is.
They're in the second row, so just give them a little bit.
Wait, we need a microphone where we can.
It's at the bottom.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Ronnie Jones, SD12. I think the communications director put this mic live for delegate testimony so that we could see them.
And how many minutes how many minutes do I have?
That one's live. Y'all hear me all right? All right, why don't you come on up here to the front?
Thank you.
And state your name, SD, and county. You go forward.
Okay, I'm Wayne Davidson, Senate District 14, Precinct 383 in Austin, Travis County, Texas. I'm here to request a change to weighted voting that is now in effect at the county and senatorial district conventions. Our SD temporary chair was recently removed largely because 25 precincts without a precinct chair conducted a precinct convention without publishing notice. Almost all of them represented just themselves and voted the strength of their precinct. Precincts with the highest number of delegates were outvoted by precincts with one delegate. See Exhibit A in the handout. showing how weighted voting allows manipulation of the vote.
Sir,
Hang on
sir,
just a second.
Can you back away from the mic a little bit? But just back up from that, that's okay.
Lower your microphone ever so slightly, and you'll get you measure them out. There you go.
Sorry, I've been told to get
Much
closer
better,
up.
much better.
Okay. It is counterproductive to growing the party to reward people who do not work their precinct and punish the people who do work their precinct by bringing their constituents to the convention and keeping them informed. The other glaring problem is Democrats who crossed over to vote in the Republican primary, as many did in this last election in Travis County. They could easily vote and elect themselves as a delegate to the county or SD convention and vote against conservative issues. This is an excellent reason to have closed primaries. Persons in vacant precincts who have not participated in Republican activities voted in the Republican primary and held precinct conventions without posting notices required for precinct chairs. 14 attended and voted in the county convention. For the first time in history, the temporary chair was replaced. In summary, the vacant precincts vote was the margin of victory. These people were not vetted. We don't know who they were, but they cast their votes that resulted in the removal of the temporary chair. To correct this flaw in weighted voting of Rule 18, I propose either of two solutions. Change Rule 18 to eliminate weighted voting for floor votes. 2, dilute each delegate's vote by assigning votes on a percentage basis per delegate. This is in Exhibit B. I've just got some examples. Rule 14 allows anyone to hold a precinct convention after the election without public notice to the party or voters in the precinct. To fix this is the elimination of weighted voting or diluting the vote and, 1, require them to notify the party of their intent and publish notice the same as for precinct chairs. In summary, this issue must be fixed prior to the next election as it's now the rule and legal. The practice of allowing persons to take control of precincts without transparency has to be stopped. We know from the 2020 election you cannot fix it after the election. Currently, over half of the Travis County's precincts are vacant, so the potential for fraud is high. I ask that you review Exhibits A and B I prepared with additional details supporting my request to eliminate voting and add the necessary rules to control vacant precinct manipulation. I'll be pleased to answer any questions, but since I have a couple of seconds left, in Exhibit A, I did this because so many chairs that I talked to after the convention did not know how weighted voting worked, and so this is an example that I drew up for them to show you how that, so many people only have one person in the precinct that shows up as a delegate. They get to vote the maximum voting strength of that precinct. Whereas my wife's precinct, she brought 12 people to the precinct, and her vote was totally, she had 30 weighted votes. Vote per person was totally diluted. And so she can easily get outvoted. It's in the example as a third one. But this has to be stopped because you can't have so many people with just one delegate come. It doesn't grow the party. You have to have a system so that precinct chairs will want to come and bring other people to the convention. And the other point that I forgot that I was wanting to make was that we have 117 vacant precincts in Travis County out of 212. And this is a high percentage, and it has tremendous potential for error because anybody, according to the rules, can vote in a Republican primary, even though you might have been a Democrat your entire life, vote in a Republican primary and go hold a convention after the election, primary election, and then show up for the county convention and elect yourself a delegate to the state convention. And that can't be accepted anymore. We had 25 of those precincts that were captured that way. 14 of them came and voted, and they made the difference in the overthrow of our precinct, our convention temporary chair. And so, and I showed that in my exhibit A.
Can you wrap it up?
Thank you.
Do you have an extra copy of that? Okay. Ma'am?
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Yeah.
SD 17, Caleb Piedo. How much time are we giving?
3 minutes.
I got 4:30, 4.5 minutes. Thank you.
Point of information,
Yes,
Chairman.
who's that? Yes.
I thought we were taking testimony for supplementary rules.
Well,
And
and these were all issues of permanent rules, yeah.
Yeah, can we only, I mean, I think we were all under the impression as committee members that we were taking testimony for supplementary rules. And I appreciate your testimony, you being here, and the gentleman's testimony, but it's very hard, and it is not effective to have to switch over now to something that we don't even have before us. We are deep involved in supplementary rules, and testimony that's being taken right now should be only on supplementary rules.
Mr. Chairman, point of information, it was represented to me that this was supposed to be on supplemental rules.
Yeah, I understand. But without objection, I'll let the lady continue, but we will go back to our committee rule after this. This is his wife. We'll go back to our committee rules after this, and then take up the public testimony like we said.
I'm going to be really quick, okay? I promise. My name is Dorothy Erminger, and I'm from Austin, Texas, and I served on the nominations committee, the temporary nominations committee in Travis County this year. And you would think that this would be a no-brainer. You go to I mean, I've been involved in politics since George W. was running, and so I've been to lots of conventions. You would think that it would be a no-brainer. You go to nominations committee, you ask the people questions that you want to ask to make sure that their values and principles align with the principles and the values in the Republican platform. Does that make sense to everybody here? I mean, isn't that the purpose of the nominations committee? Well, in Travis County, that's not the purpose of the nominations committee anymore. The purpose of the nominations committee is to just let everybody speak, and just anybody who wants to can be a delegate in the Republican Party. So what happened this year, in that we were taking nominations, and we had a lot of known log cabin Republicans who wanted to be delegates. And we had enough people that were assigned on the committee. You can see what happened on our committee when you read this piece of paper. So we had a temporary chair who assigned known Rhino Republicans to meet each committee. He made sure he did that. And then when we got there, that we had no rules, we had no standards. So I just want to know, what are the standards, and how come the standards for electing somebody to any committee, any office in the state, where are those standards? What are we supposed to judge whether somebody gets to be a delegate or not? They can be a log cabin Republican, can they be a Satanist, can they be a communist, can they be a socialist, whatever it is. We just need to know the standards. I think the standards need to align with the principles in the party, but there's nothing in writing to tell everybody, here's what we are supposed to do. So I'm just looking for instruction. That's it.
Thank you very much. Okay, that takes us back to rule number 14. Rule number 14, do we have it up on the screen?
Point of information, Mr. Chair. Ronnie
Yes.
Jones, SD 12.
Yes, sir.
Do we know specifically what rules these should be, so that whenever we do go?
I believe most of those would be, at least generically, under Rule 8, if I recall. But I could stand corrected on that. We're going to go to Rule 14 in our supplementals committee, Rule 14. We'll have delegate testimony after we complete the discussion at this point. Rule 14, do we have any further changes, amendments to Rule 14? Yes, David?
I believe we have one more supplemental testimony.
Sorry? Well, but that one was actually taken as an exception to our current rules. So we're not far from there, I don't think. Famous last words. Seeing no amendments to Rule 14, we'll move to 15. Seeing no more proposed amendments to 15, we'll go to 16.
Hand up. Hand up.
Was it Ms. Rachel?
Some say. Rachel Hooper, SD 13. I move to strike the second paragraph and add the paragraph that we previously adopted in Rule 10, which follows what some say as Robert's Rules of Order.
Do we have a second?
Point of information, Mr. Chairman, does Ms. Hooper intend for this to apply to all positions up for election in caucus, including all of the committee chairs, the caucus chairman, et cetera, or just chair, vice chair?
I don't know that that's a point of information, but yes, is the answer.
Rachel, is this where we could have three runoff of three people if there's four candidates, and then it goes down and down and down? We skip by. So can we ask which one of these people can't sit with us, and then everyone vote on the worst person?
Okay, so Rachel, does this accurately represent your amendment?
Yes.
Okay, would you like to speak to it?
Nominating speeches 3, and then the speeches after that, it's at 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said previously, and I'll keep my comments brief because I know we're running short on time here, this has really bothered me ever since we circulated these rules because our elections are important. As Mr. Opiella made a point, I want to make sure that we elect everyone the same way in our rules here. So this is consistent with what has been previously adopted by this committee. This is consistent with Robert's Rules of Order, which we do follow. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to my motion.
Question for the author. You say this is it is consistent with Robert's rules. Is it consistent with any past senatorial district rules?
The member is not advised.
Anybody like to speak against or for? Eric?
I'd like to speak against the motion. Given the application, and I understand the desire for consistency, but given the application to the number of offices that we have up, especially the permanent committees and the caucus that we have Thursday night, this could lead to a very late start for our committee meetings, and we have deadlines that we have to meet to get the printer for platform and rules on Thursday night. And so I respectfully oppose the motion to change it to a series election instead of a runoff.
Okay. Leslie, I believe, wants to speak for.
Leslie Thomas, SD 22, speaking for. Once again, this is the fairest way to do it. And in their caucuses, you will be electing your SREC members. And there could be 4 or 5 people that are running. And you have 2 blues and 3 reds, and the 3 reds actually get the majority of the vote, but they're dropped. So And they're all like-minded. They're just different persons. And so you end up with having to elect two people that you really aren't supporting, because most of the votes went to your three lower candidates that were dropped. This is the fairest way to do it. And I would suggest to you that we do this every 2 years. We spend thousands of dollars to come to this convention to do party business. This is our passion. Some of us remember the days when we stayed till 2 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. We are here to do, the delegates are here to take care of business, not to ratify business that's already been set forth by people up above. And they want honest, they want to be able to, the means to get their candidates elected. And I see this as kneecapping them. No, delegate, we want to get through this. We're prioritizing the time over an effective election. So I speak highly in favor of this.
Yes.
Mr.
Tim?
Chairman, Tim Lambert, SD 28, speaking against. I do find it interesting that in our party elections and our primary ballot elections at the polls, we do a runoff between two candidates. Maybe that's not the best, but that's the way we do it. That's what people are used to. This does remind me of ranked choice voting. Some of the states are going to. So I'm not sure that I agree that this is the most fair way to do this. I think our Republicans are used to doing this at the ballot box, going to the top two people, and so I would respectfully oppose the motion.
For or against?
For.
Okay. Were you for?
I'm in favor of the amendment. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, she had her hand up first.
Okay. Kristen Bentley, SD1. I'm in favor of this. I will tell you I was not in favor of it the other night, but I've given it a lot more thought, and I'm in favor of it because what it will do is the candidate that wins will be more representative of the body. And it is in a party where we have a lot of division and especially through elections and where we have calls for unity, I think that the end result, if it is a more representative result, then we should always go for that. The reason why we don't do it in a regular election is that there's no practical application to do it that way, and Robert's rules actually specifies that. So in a regular election, in a runoff, we don't do it that way because we cannot practically do it, but we can do it here. It is practical. If it takes a little bit more time, but it's the right way, then we should be doing it the right way and not be just trying to save time constantly. And again, the end result will be more representative of the body, and it will be more of a compromise in the end, and bring more unity in that respect, then I think that we should be able to take a little bit more time and do it this way.
Okay, anyone speaking against? Yes, ma'am. Need a
Sandy
microphone.
Camp, Washington County, SD 18. Again, I'm speaking against this. Like the gentleman behind me said, top two usually go to runoff, and I think that's the way it needs to stay here. And as to the example of two reds, two blues and three reds, the three reds did not get the most votes. If they had have gotten the most votes, one of them would have won. So I disagree with that.
Okay, anybody else in favor of this? Yes, Dwayne.
Yes, Dwayne Wright, SD5, in favor. There's a pretty big difference between a caucus vote at a convention and a primary election, first of all. But also, part of it says that there's no additional candidate or endorsement speeches. Everybody that's been involved with these knows that that's the vast majority of the time is the speeches and all of that. And then they come back and say the same thing the second time and the third time and the fourth time. Just that portion right there will help with some of the time that people are worried about. But it's the best way to find out the true will of the body. So I will be voting for it.
Okay, any other comments against? Yes, Kathy.
SDC 21, Kathy Hagler. I just want to remind everyone, I'm looking at my senatorial caucus business. There's 6 different elections in our first meeting on Thursday. There's 4 different elections in our meeting on Friday. So we're saying 10 different times we would be doing this process. And I'm just going to say, I don't think RPT has enough ballots for that cut out for everybody yet.
Got just a little bit of time left. Any more in favor of this? Yeah, Josh?
Just to be clear, this is not ranked choice voting. This is an actual separate election. Ranked choice voting would be two votes in one election. So I want to just take that off the table. The other thing is, a lot of folks that I've seen when we do this, people drop out as well, so it actually shortens it. The mentioning of reducing the number of speeches drops the time. I think this is actually going to be a time saver, and everybody's going to be represented, and we'll have a fair election so that people that get 20%, or 3 people that get 20% vote, the third one that had, that one less vote, is still going to be in contention.
Okay, any others against this?
Point of information.
Suzanne, well, okay. Wait a minute, Suzanne. Point of information.
Suzanne Guggenheim, SD27.
Wait a minute, Suzanne. We got a point of information from Mac here.
Mac Duncan, SD3. I would like to ask the author to explain again the purpose. What are we trying to accomplish with this? Is this a fear that 5 candidates, 3 of which may be red, are diluted out? Is that what we're aiming at here? We're trying to minimize that? What's our purpose? If I could get the author to speak to that.
Would the author like to respond?
The purpose is to follow rules that have been studied and previously adopted by organizations, and that's what we are. So we're conducting elections within our organization. And Robert's Rules of Order speak to that. And the purpose, so what really concerns me when I first read the original draft was that we're spending thousands, the party's spending millions of dollars to hold a convention, and we're rushing and short-circuiting an election of our leaders. And I was searching for a process that got to the true vote that our caucuses want to happen. And the time that I saw that most recently happen is in Harris County when we used this exact language in motion. So that is the purpose of my motion.
Okay, we're out of time, but I'll take one more opposed to the amendment. Yeah, oh, yes. Oh, wait a minute, Suzanne. I forgot about Suzanne. Sorry.
Yes. Suzanne Guggenheim, SD27. I would oppose this motion. For me, this is very close to ranked choice voting. Everybody doesn't agree, but I'm afraid it is, and I don't think that's a good thing. That's what has always been recommended by the League of Women Voters. That's what we don't like. That's what Alaska is doing, and I think if taking the 2 top contenders is good for our primaries, I don't see why it would not be for the party votes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
I know you said we're out of time, but I want to speak for
Well, we've had actually a little bit too many for already. If anything, we need one more against to make it even.
Well, this isn't ranked choice, that's all I want to say. And that's the bottom line of what I want to say. It's different. This is actually fair choice.
Okay, everybody ready to vote?
Yes.
What we're voting on is to put Rachel's amendment in. Can we get that on the screen?
Number 15.
That would,
There you go.
when you see it on the screen, it would effectively give us a Roberts runoff sort of situation in the Senate District Caucus. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Sounded to me like the nays had it on that one. Do we need a count?
Yes.
Okay, raise your hands. Oh, did we have a request for roll call? Okay, let's do a roll call.
Kristen Bentley. No. No. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Ken. No. No.
Leonard.
Leonard. Yes.
No.
Dave Wilson. Aye. Ronnie Jones.
Yes.
Rachel Booth.
Yes.
Eric Opiello. No. Josh Flynn.
Yes.
Nate Joy. No. Caleb. No. Sandra Kent.
No.
David Westbrook.
No.
Chuck Barnett. Yes. Kathy Hager.
No.
Leslie Thompson.
Yes.
Rick Cook. Yes. Bruce Campbell. Yes. Mel Nervez.
Aye.
Justin Nichols.
Aye.
Suzanne Guggenheim.
Nope.
No.
Brooks Coleman.
Yay.
Yay or nay?
Yay, 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 yes.
Mark Russell.
Hey.
That was a clear.
Nope.
Is that a nay or a yay?
Yay.
Yay.
And Brandon Hodges.
Hey. Yes.
$19 having voted in favor of it, it passes. Are we done with Rule 16? Rule 17, First Senatorial District Caucus. Any further amendments?
We on 17, yes?
Yay.
Yeah, we should probably renumber these. I think there's one that we took out and numbering. We kind of stuck with the old number. Rule 18, Second Senatorial District Caucus.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Yes.
On 17, the next to the last sentence, Dwayne Knight,
Does that read that the officers and assistants as needed? I mean, the way it reads, it looks like they have an option whether or not to appoint those.
Yeah, that's the way it currently reads. It specifies secretary, and the rest are unspecified.
Another temporary option. Oh.
Moving on. Okay, we'll move to Rule 18, Second Senatorial District Caucus. Rule 19, caucus off-agenda items. And the last one, if I get my screen back. Rule 20, no caucus amendments or suspensions to these caucus rules. Are we done? Kathy?
My amendment to Rule 7.
Rule 7, yes. Did that come through okay? Before we leave this, did you all get that one? How about if we move on to the CD caucus, and haven't forgotten that.
Wishful thinking, Kathy. Keep pushing. I was proud of you. 4 to go. About 4 pages. 3 pages.
This is your amendment. You usually stricken stuff in red and then add it back in blue, but I mean, that's.
Well, apparently, the rules said, he said we're going to CD, but we're up on the rule set. She's what I get stinking. A picture. I love that word, shall. Nothing like telling the stage what to do.
Okay, Kathy, would you like to, assuming this is correct, now,
Yes, sir, that's correct. You want me to speak to it?
yes.
Okay, so my thought is that we have a lot of business to conduct, and now we've just, through the supplemental rules, extended the amount of business that needs to be done in caucuses, and I just want to make sure that in each general session, just for the general sessions that all this addresses, that we finish what is posted for the business to be conducted in that general session, so that when there's like a chair or vice chair vote or a platform or rules, all those kind of things that are in the general sessions 1, 2, and 3, that we won't recess or adjourn until and push it to Saturday, because we've already got more stuff to do on Saturday than we have time for. So I'm just trying to make sure we get each of the general session business done before we adjourn.
But only for the first 3?
Yes, sir, for the first 3, because in the 4th general session, we always have that thing about national noms is up or down, and you can't say down because then we'll have to pay whatever they'll say, $40,000 an hour or whatever. If we keep the convention past the time it's scheduled, I'll let the body do what they want to do with general session 4. I'm just trying to say at least the ones through Friday night, we're going to stick to the schedule.
I'll second.
Who seconded it? Eric seconds. Are there anybody wanting to speak for or against?
Point of information.
Well, against and then for. Yes, Dave?
Point of information, Dave Wilson, SD 11. The fact that we cannot recess any of these sessions, if we had a fire emergency, we could not recess this session. Someone pulled the fire alarm and we had to evacuate the building, we can't recess.
Not advised.
Thank you.
Well, if it's a vote. Yes, Leslie.
I speak against.
Okay.
Leslie Thomas, SD 22. I speak against. There was a convention when the platform wasn't complete, and they went to the gala, and they came back to finish the business. They did not have a problem gathering a quorum, and they were, because the delegates were there to do business. Should we pass this, that would take that opportunity, flexibility for the chairman to call the session back in order after the gala. So that's the reason why I speak against. I'd like for him to be able to adjust in response to what's going on and in response to what the delegates want.
Okay, anybody speaking for the amendment? No? Oh, Eric?
How to turn on the microphone. To address that issue, we've already provided the flexibility on the platform to be considered in multiple sections to come up as available by the chairman. So that issue has been already addressed in our proposed supplemental rules. What this rule would do is it would keep us on schedule so we don't end up in that situation that we ended up in these prior conventions where we continue to kick the can down the road until the can doesn't have a road to go down anymore. And so it's important that we have this rule in order to make sure that these problems that we've experienced in the past don't reoccur at this convention. So I support this motion.
Without objection, Steve, convention parliamentarian, is going to add some details to this.
Members, if it helps, the first general session on Friday, we're going to recommend, sorry? I'm on Friday. This is where all this happens, is on Friday. We originally had the state nominations report in that first session. That committee will not be done in time to present that report. So we're recommending the agenda take the LP report up in that first hour and a half session on Friday morning. So your time limit should work just fine with LP. We should be done. Then coming back in that second session, we'll have to take the nominations committee report. They're done. We'll have to take care of our permanent rules report and our permanent platform report and distribute our ballots. And that session ends at 6 o'clock. My concern for you to think about, what am I missing? Numbers are wrong. No, 1:30 to 6. On Friday, the first session on Friday, right, which will be your second general session. The problem that I just want to caution you while you're looking through this is if you try to extend beyond the gala, you will probably lose your quorum. And if we do not complete our reports, we don't have reports. We will not have a platform. We won't have your rule amendments if that happens. And you will probably, just as an opinion, start seeing the questions start to get called on some of these things. I think it's ill-advised to try to push through the gala, and Saturday is not an option to extend business because we're going to come back organized in your congressional district caucuses. The whole convention floor gets flipped and rearranged that night while we're at the gala, so it's impractical. So I want to get the business done too, but we've got to get it done rapidly. I think your times are pretty close, your time limits, but I would just caution you trying to extend that business because we lose our quorum and then we don't even get to have a report.
Steve, I have a question for you.
Sure.
The way this amendment is worded, it would force that second and third general session into the pre-printed business for the second and third general session. Did I hear you that what's pre-printed is different, at least for the state nominations, and that's been moved?
Well, it hasn't been moved, Mr. Chairman. We're going to recommend to the body. You get to adopt. The delegates get to make up their mind, but we're going to recommend that the state chairman's agenda be proposed, that LP be taken in the second general session Friday morning to give the state nominations time to meet. They will not be ready with their report, and we'll be at ease on the floor wasting time. So we need to get some business done. So that's what we're going to recommend to the body, that we take that LP report in the morning, Friday morning, and then we pick up our state nominations report as soon as that committee has finished their deliberations.
But if this amendment passed, we would not have that option?
I don't think this amendment limits you, other than it can't be the general session posted on the RPT website because that's not the final word. The delegates are the final word on the agenda. So if you were going to amend it, I would suggest that you amend it to say the delegate or the floor approved agenda, permanent agenda. That will be the document that we work off of. No matter what the person that wrote the program says, the delegates decide what that agenda is going to be. So that's what we'll have to work on. But we're going to recommend it be in the order that I've described to you so we can facilitate all this business on Friday.
So just to be clear, though, your recommendation is going to be different than what's in the pre-printed
Yes, sir.
packet and is currently on the website?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. We're going to recommend that the chairman reordered in the way I described because that the very, very best case scenario, that state nominations committee doesn't come to order until 10 o'clock. We're on the floor at 10:23. Now, you know as well as I do, they're going to have multiple votes. We're concerned enough about it. Mr. Boland's going to be present in that committee to make sure we get them through their business. They could be an hour. They could roll right into lunch. So we've got to give them time to do their work. That's going to be where the important work. And so we'll have to take that up in the afternoon. We have no choice.
Okay. Do any of the members have questions for Steve?
Right. Yeah, I would
Yes,
change that to approved order of business.
Leslie Thomas, SD 22. So Steve, where it says strictly followed, would that prevent you reordering the agenda?
Yes, and it's out of order. I mean, you can't develop a supplemental rule that violates RPT rules, because RPT Rule 33 says the state chairman shall recommend to the SREC pre-convention meeting the temporary agenda that goes to and is approved, that will be presented by Mr. Ramsey at the first general session. You don't have the authority to set that agenda. Only the members on the floor do. So that's the way we're going to recommend it.
And that's based on the chairman's recommendation.
Yeah, approved by the SREC. Our SREC will vote on the chairman's recommendation for the order of business.
Okay. Yes, Rachel?
I would like to speak against the motion when it's time.
Okay, are there any other questions for Steve? I don't know if he needs to leave or something.
No, I'm here. We're sitting in the back.
Okay. Kathy?
Okay, so if we amended the first sentence to say the schedule for the general session business as adopted by the convention body shall be strictly followed, and then the other part about not adjourning or recessing, would that work?
Simply saying the adopted order of business, because it will be adopted at that point. The adopted order of business, if this is what you want to do, I'm trying to be careful not to give you my opinion. If you wanted to do that, it would be the adopted order of business shall not be recessed or adjourned until the until that business of the general session is complete, something along those lines.
Okay, thank you.
Any others? Okay, Rachel.
Rachel Hooper, SD 13.
Thank you, Steve, by the way. Yeah. Sorry.
I speak against this motion. It feels like it's some ill intent to try to silence these rules committee's reports, the platform committee reports, the committee reports, the business that we're here to do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It seems like it's really to short circuit some of our business, and also to take authority away from the chairman and the body. So I do not see the need for this. I think it takes away the flexibility that is needed to have a successful convention. So I am strongly against this.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to amend my motion.
Well, yeah, I guess you could at this point.
Okay, so I'd like it to now say, just erase the first sentence and just say the adopted order of business in, and then general sessions 1, 2, and 3 shall not be recessed or adjourned until the posted business of the general session has been completed. So just delete the first sentence of my yellow.
From D all the way to the word follow.
Yeah. Just the yellow that's on the first and second yellow lines. And then we'll keep the third and fourth one, but in the beginning of the third line, we'll say the adopted order of business for general sessions 1, 2, and 3, because actually my intent is to be certain that our business is taken care of. So add the adopted order of business in. And that's my amendment.
I don't see where that changes what we've already got. And from what Steve just told us.
Yeah. It repeats itself.
Okay, we've got an amendment to the amendment. Does anybody want to speak for or against that? Oh, we need a second. Okay, we've got a second. Does anybody want to speak for or against the amendment, to the amendment? Seeing none, are you ready to vote on the amendment to the amendment? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I have a friendly amendment. Eliminate the adopted order of business at the beginning of the sentence, and you make it read, general sessions 1, 2, and 3 shall not be recessed or adjourned until the adopted order of business of the general convention, of the general session has been completed. That makes it cleaner.
And so, okay, that's been accepted as a friendly amendment, so your intent would be that we could not go and split the third session across the gala then?
Well, that's not true, Mr. Chairman. The convention could stand at ease during the time of the gala, and then resume after the gala if you wish, even though the setting has changed inside the convention. I mean, it doesn't. The convention does not have to adjourn before the gala. It can be suspended or.
I understand, but if that's your intent, I would suggest maybe you take out the recessed part of that sentence. Make it clear.
Shall not be adjourned. Yeah, that would. I think. Again, eliminate where it says the adopted order of business at the beginning of the session. That goes all the way. Just copy that, and you're going, okay, and then you go down and eliminate the word.
Strike be recessed.
Yeah, you strike recessed or recessed or goes away. And you need to delete or. And then you go down to after the word adopted, the adopted order of business, not posted, the adopted order has been completed. No, you don't need to say any more of that. That way, that gives the chairman the ability. There you go. That gives the chairman the ability to not to recess, but stand at ease until after the gala if necessary.
Mr. Ramsey.
Or recess. Yes, sir.
Okay.
May I offer one more word of caution?
General session.
If you do this, you run a great risk of not having a quorum. Secondly, it is absolutely, positively irresponsible to call members back after they've been consuming alcohol to work on our party governing documents. And there will be a lot of people, I mean, we cannot, I caution you, please don't do that if at all possible.
Eric?
I emailed you an amendment by substitution. And I want to get to the issue here, and I think that maybe we're going about this in a too complicated fashion. I'd like to substitute the highlighted language, which is proposed there, by the following: in no circumstances shall this, and it's, and it's on your screen. Do you have to have it, Jerry? Okay. I want to wait for her to get it out there. While she's typing it, I'll just explain it so we don't waste time. Are y'all okay with that? Okay. I agree with our parliamentarian. I don't like the idea of coming back for anything after our banquet. I think it's disrespectful to the delegates, to our party, to consider the weighty issues that we could be considering. And I'd be happy to add the platform to this too. But what I'm proposing is to add the language in substitution of the highlighted. In no circumstances shall the Permanent Rules Committee report, State Nominations Committee report, and the election of state chair and vice chair be considered after 6:00 p.m. on Friday, May 24th, 2024.
Mr. Chairman, point of information. Brandon
sir.
Hodges, Senate District 31.
Do we have a second to that, first of all?
Well, we need to see it up on the screen, please. could I have a point of information to ask a question to Steve, please? Is that out of order?
No, we can accept that.
Mike Snyder, SD9. Steve, I want to make sure that I understand. If this rule, as it is in yellow, not the one that's being offered as a substitute, if it is implemented, what you're saying is we're running the risk of not having the committee reports from which committees?
Any committee that, let's say, I'll give you a scenario that could happen. Let's say that we're taking up the Permanent Rules Committee report that you're going to work on all week, and the debate goes forever. It goes into 6 o'clock, and someone calls quorum. And we have to, number one, we got to verify quorum, which is extremely difficult. And they leave and they go to the gala and don't come back. We don't have a rules report. And we don't have the rest of the business done. And I cannot tell you what would happen. At that point, we're coming into caucus business in the agenda the next day. You've tied our hands and no way out of this if this was to happen.
Does the scenario change if first of all, if you take away everything that's been proposed and is proposed as a solution, as a substitute, does that change that situation?
I think if it would be my opinion, if you have the time limits on the reports, that would be sufficient because you do get a final vote. It doesn't mean it goes away. It's debate's over. We final vote. You do get a Scantron vote on both the platform and the legislative priorities in a weighted manner. You do get those votes. You're still going to vote on everything.
But it may be pushed to the next day, correct?
Well, the vote can't. We've got to get the Scantron votes distributed and on the floor. And if you want to stay there and vote, great. We're going to the gala.
Okay, another discussion
I
about
will
weighted
add,
votes.
we do have the machine. The Scantron machine is here in the back of the room. We're going to try to scan them here. So.
Okay, so I'm still trying to get my head around, if we do not require that the business be settled, and we go back to just the way it was, we still have no guarantee that those committee reports will be there.
I think you've got to put your clock on it. And
Okay, so that is what you're suggesting might be the better
approach.
approach.
In my opinion, the best way to handle this is to put your clock on it, and when debate's over, and we vote.
Okay,
And
let
that
me
way
ask
we
you this
have our
question.
finalized reports.
Does the language that you're seeing put up here prescribe that very situation that would prevent us going without a report?
I think that language, in my opinion, that language is benign. The clock is going to allow us to get those items done. I don't think it's necessary, but I don't think it hurts anything, as long as you adopt the clock.
Well, we've adopted the clock in those 3 lines afterward.
I'm sorry.
Say that again. We've adopted limits on debate.
So the clock is already set in stone. I walked in late.
It's already there.
Yeah, I think the
my
clock
concern
covers-
is advised or not, we've always had the flexibility of coming back if need be that evening. And nobody likes that, but it's always a possibility. This removes that possibility and throws the entire convention into turmoil, should that happen.
Turmoil is a bad thing, Mr. Chairman. we like a definitive schedule for sure. We need to finish our business.
Mr. Chairman, point of information, Brandon Hodges,
Yes, sir.
SD
Yes,
31. I would like to ask, what is the best path forward so we don't end up in a situation where we have inebriated people coming back to vote on business for the grand old party of the state of Texas?
In my opinion, that would be to not adopt either one of these amendments. Now, speaking to that, I'm not in favor of people coming in even in the morning inebriated. My experience has taught that generally speaking, even late at night, we don't have that as a problem. If somebody is in that kind of a situation, they don't come in and try to disrupt the convention, if you will.
Thank you.
Okay, any other speaking for or against Eric's amendment?
Point of information.
We're out of time. Oh,
Point of information.
point of information, yes, Susan.
Suzanne Guggenheim, SD 27. I don't have on my schedule the detail of what we are doing in session number 2. Wouldn't it be possible to inverse the order and start session 3 in the morning and push session 2 in the evening?
I'm not part of the convention planning. I'm not advised of that. Steve, you want to?
That would be very impractical at this point, but it doesn't change anything. The amount of time we have to conduct business is the same. We've proposed the very best order of business to try to get everything done without us wasting any time.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'm against all of these amendments because it's going to limit us, especially if we're going to start a new process of doing this voting that's going to take forever for us to count these votes, especially if you have, 7 or 8 candidates and you have to go each time, like 6 or 7 times. That's going to limit our time and we're going to be too constrained, and I'm against any of this being added.
Okay, thank you. One in the back here.
Mr. Chairman, I'll call the question.
If there's no further debate, we could go ahead and vote without taking the time to call the question.
So specifically, we are voting on,
Eric's amendment to essentially set a time certain on getting the reports done.
Let's go.
The language.
The time limits are enough.
It reads that in no circumstances shall the state nominations committee report and the election of the state chair and the vice chair be considered after 6 p.m. on Friday, May 24th, 2024. Ready for a vote? All in favor of the amendment to the amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay?
No.
The nays have that one. That puts us back on the friendly amendment revised Kathy amendment. Get it up on the screen. It's that last sentence? Is that what we were left with, Kathy, if I remember right? Okay, if we could highlight that last sentence in that first paragraph. We had 2 minutes left on this, if anybody wants to speak for or against it.
Okay.
Back here.
Mark Russell with SD 30. In the sentence above the highlighted portion, where it says the chairman shall have authority to extend debate, there are no limitations on that authority. I understand, typically it's understood that the chairman would say without objection, but that's not what that language says. So I would like to make a motion to amend by adding that phrase into that sentence.
That would not be an amendment to Kathy's amendment. We could take that up after disposing of Kathy's amendment.
I concede to your ruling. I just state that it's a great idea and it'll come back to us.
Okay. Any other, got a few seconds left. I think we're done. We're voting on the light blue highlighted on the screen. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay?
Nay.
The nays have it again. Now, was there one more amendment on, where were we? 7. Actually, that's not according to our committee rules. Let's go back to the congressional district caucus at this point. Down on the bottom of
21.
Page 9.
9 and 12.
Okay, we're on 21. Looks like there's been no further suggestions over the last few days on 21. Are there any amendments from the committee? Seeing none, we'll run to number 22. This was the one where we were going to consider making this a two-person runoff instead of a three-person runoff. There was some discussion, if you weren't on the Zoom call, about the wording of abstentions and blank ballots, but we ended up not making it any different than the last year or 2 years ago, or 2 sessions ago. There's a typo on the last line of the second paragraph. The 3 I's should come off. And so do we have any further amendments? Kathy?
Just that the heading should be bold and underlined like everything else.
Okay, thank you. We'll take that as a friendly. Any further amendments? Do we want to leave this one at 3? Do we want to make it 2? Do we want to make it full Roberts? Seeing none, well, no, we're not there yet. Let's move to 23. First Congressional District Caucus. There was some clarification put there, I believe, by Rachel. Move on to 24, same admonition of we'll get it bolded, like has been consistent elsewhere. 25. Let's see. There's a suggestion there. Ms. Hooper, do you want to make a formal amendment there? I guess not. Moving on to 26. Mostly clarifying language. 27. Last but not least, 28. That puts us back on the main motion. We will then go immediately into any testimony on the supplemental rules. And if we need to reopen after that testimony, then the committee can do so. So before we take a third meal break, if you're ready for the vote, let's vote on adopting the package as amended multiple times. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Supplemental rules are passed tentatively. Thank you, members. Are there any delegates that wish to testify specifically on the supplemental rules? Oops, we see somebody going into the microphone. Up here in the front.
one that's on the stand.
This one, is this, okay. Eric Blake, SD22 from Ellis County as a delegate. Mr. Chair, first, thank you for letting us have delegate testimony on this. We did not have it 2 years ago in violation of Party Rule 14, so I appreciate the committee in allowing that. We followed the rule this time. Can we pull up Rule 18 on the second SD caucus on the agenda? I would love to see if, once this gets cleaned up, if it could be posted online for all delegates to download. It would be nice to see what rules you have just voted on, and right now I'm limited by what's on the screen. Further down in the agenda, which order do we have the voting? Is it for committee man and woman first, and then state chair second? In 2022, it was the other order where we had state chair first and committee man and woman second. Is there a reason that we are deviating from how it was 2 years ago? I will leave my testimony at that point.
Okay, thank you. Any other delegates wish to testify on supplemental rules? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion to amend the order of business for the rest of the day. Since I'll explain it after I do it. I would move that we proceed to hear delegate testimony on Rule 46, and at the conclusion thereof, adjourn for the evening and start debate and discussion on Rule 46 in the morning. That would be my motion, and I'll speak to it if there's a second. Okay, so if I can speak to it, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
certainly.
Yeah, so it's
Wait,
6:30.
before we do that, do we have any other delegate testimony for supplemental rules? Any objection to hearing this delegate testimony first?
No objection.
Okay.
Rhonda Ward, SD3. I'm speaking against Rule 10. I know several committee members have cited Robert's Rules of Order for that. I just want to remind everyone that our rules supersede Robert rules, and so we only defer to Robert's rules in matters that are not addressed by our rules. So we've already addressed how to vote, and so I just would say that I'm against Rule 10.
Thank you. Are there any other delegates that wish to testify on, yes, we have one over here. Remember, name, SD, county.
Amy Hedke, SD22, and Steve had answered my original question, but the previous delegate did make a good point about Robert's Rules of Order. And yeah, we can supersede Robert's Rules of Order, but we don't always have to. And in this particular case, Leslie's made a really good point that this is the best, fairest way to handle this. And it might take a little bit longer. You might have to cut some more ballots. But if you guys are getting ready to take on and take up some very serious rules that are going to launch you into some very serious party decisions over the next couple of years, it might behoove us to take that extra time, especially this convention, and make sure that everybody, that every SD sends up the line has a huge amount of support in representing their SD. So I still support the changes.
And what was your SD and delegate alternate status?
22 delegate.
Thanks. I think we have at least one more.
I had a question for you, Mr. Chairman. This is Clint Stutz, SD3. Did you tell me that the legislative priorities, the prescription for how it was going to be voted on and tallied and everything, was that going to be in the general rules now?
I believe so. From memory, that's 34C. That was adopted last time.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'll sit down for now.
Second.
Okay. Now, do you want to speak to your motion?
I will, Mr. Chairman. We will not get back from dinner until 8. And then there's people here who are prepared and want to testify on it. And frankly, their testimony is going to be very influential in how I approach this issue, so I want to hear from them. But I really would like to, I think it would behoove the committee to start this discussion fresh after having our day not kind of drag on until the very moment of 11 p.m. When we're just starting a discussion that we have to pick up now in the middle of or in its infancy still tomorrow morning. So I think it creates a clean break. It doesn't, we could take a 15-minute break maybe and then get the delegate testimony out of the way, assuming everyone here wants to testify on it, and I'm doubting that's the case. We will still be done by 9 or 9:30. We can go home, get a good night's rest, and start fresh and vigorous in the morning, and that would be the basis of my motion.
Any discussion against or for?
Point of order. Do you have a second? Did I hear a second?
I did not hear a second, but I'm sure somebody will. Okay. Yes, Kathy?
SD 21, Kathy Hager. I want to speak against that. We just got through saying that everybody's willing to stay here till 12, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning to vote on what's important. We came here ready to be here until 11:59. We've already rolled that back to 11. We have a lot of work to do. We're moving very slowly, and I think we need to not cut it any short. I do want to hear from the delegates. Don't get that part wrong. But I don't want us to cut off at 9 o'clock. I think we need to stay and get our business taken care of. We're taking care of the 3 big rocks, but y'all, there's still another 40-something rocks out there we got to take care of. We need to stay and do our business.
I speak in favor of the motion primarily for this reason, and I greatly appreciate what was just said in the negative, because that really is the fact of the matter. That's what we need to do. However, we just spent how many minutes talking about how it's more important to go get drunk on Friday night than it is to do the business. So let's go home and let's start fresh in the morning. That's what's really important to us. Let's just cut through the brass tacks.
That's not what I meant. Okay.
Yes, Leslie?
I didn't mean that.
There's always never enough time. There's always something that's not done. So we need to do it on this side and not be trying to get sloppy and not do it at the end of the committee. So let's do our due diligence and push forward.
Or?
Dwayne Wright, SD5.
Oh, sorry.
Dwayne Wright, SD5. I'd like to speak in favor. Out of consistency, that would also give whoever needs it the time to make the tables into a U shape, so that when we're doing the big rocks, we could be in a more compatible situation.
We do not actually have the ability to do that yet for several reasons. I agree with you, that would be better, but we don't have that ability. Yes, Rachel?
Rachel Hooper, SD 13. Point of order. Is there a way to, by a show of hands, understand how much testimony that we will have this evening?
I think that would be out of order, but I do have a thought in responding to that. We have some dedicated but relatively small number of people in the room today. If we take testimony from them and don't take up 46 tonight, that will have the effect of us having less time for delegate testimony on Wednesday. And it may, like Kathy said, we may not even get to some of the smaller rocks. So I think that's where we are on that. Yes, Kristen?
If we continue tonight, are we taking delegate testimony on?
The original intent was to take a third meal break and then take delegate testimony immediately after that. Correct.
And then will we end as soon as the delegate testimony is completed? Or will will there be discussion?
What do you mean?
I mean, are we going to convene and once the delegate testimony is taken, then we're going to end the session?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And in my intent, if we keep amending things that when you're driving home on Saturday really have not mattered a whole lot, then I'll go ahead and stay here till 11 or 12 o'clock. If we can get to the business at hand, like we've discussed over the last several Zoom calls, I think we'll be a lot better off. That's the whole idea of the big rocks first. Yes, sir. Can't hear you.
Microphone. Don't turn that one off. There we go. Bruce Campbell, SD 24. I speak against the motion. I came prepared to work till 11 o'clock, which is what was on our schedule, and beauty sleep is not going to help me any.
Little humor. Yes, Dave.
Point of information, Dave Wilson, SD 11. Does the chair have the ability to designate how much time will be taken for delegate testimony, or is it open-ended, or as long as they keep company?
We could we could set a fixed time for that. I don't think, given the number that I see in the room at present, that would necessarily be necessary. I had in my own mind's eye that it would be 30 minutes to an hour before getting back into what would now be 46.
That being the case, I'd like to speak against the motion.
Okay.
We're here to go till 11 or 12, whatever it was.
Point of information for tonight, could we limit input from delegates to items that would practically we would be able to vote on rather than everything?
For example, 246, since that's the next order of business.
Right.
Yes, I believe we could do that. David.
Point of information for the body, the public parking closes at midnight. You have to have your car out before that or it's locked up and or towed.
We can hear you over here.
Public parking closes at midnight.
Okay.
If you do not have your car out, it is stuck and or towed. I do not know which.
Okay, we got one more minute. Anybody else want to speak for or against the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of going home early and going to the bar, so to speak?
Okay.
Signify by saying.
I'm going to object to that a little bit.
Okay, I'm out of order.
I mean, earlier today we were talking about getting out of here early, so I didn't know that it was that radical of an idea. But okay.
That was under the assumption we didn't take 4 hours on supplemental rules.
Okay.
I'm out of order with my previous comment. All in favor of the earlier dismissal resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay?
No. Nay.
The nays have it. Okay. Yes, Bruce.
Did y'all turn me off then? Oh, there we go. Earlier, just a point of information, earlier in discussion, we talked about Robert Rules' form of voting, which piqued my curiosity, and I've spent a long time back here with my Robert's Rules book. And Robert's Rules 4632 actually says, if any office remains unfilled after the first ballot, the ballot is repeated for that office as many times as necessary to obtain a majority vote for a single candidate. When repeated balloting for an office is necessary, individuals are never removed from candidacy on the ballot unless they voluntarily withdraw, which they are not obligated to do. The candidate in lowest place may turn out to be a dark horse on whom factions may prefer to agree.
Yes, correct. Did we have a delegate wanted to testify on supplementals? Yes, without objection. If you want to testify on supplementals, come on up.
I object.
I thought we were going to,
Well, we're going to hear the supplemental testimony and then reopen that if needed.
yeah, he said that.
Yes, sir.
I move that this body make a decision to go eat, take limited testimony, and finish 46 this evening.
Oh, we're going to finish 46?
Well, okay, we've got a motion. Do we have a second to take a dinner break, hear testimony after that, then take up 46?
Second.
Any discussion? Probably not the exact wording, but that was the intent. Sorry? Is it a friendly amendment to take away final action on 46?
To take away what?
Okay. If we can, that'd be great. I mean, we'll get out of here earlier if we do that. Okay. Oh, Bruce, one more thing.
I want to speak to that. You said, okay,
Yeah,
so
sure.
I speak against it because I would rather defer to the chair to keep us on the schedule he wants to keep us on.
You're kind, but, well, never mind. That would be off topic a bit. Sorry? I have not heard a second yet. Good point. There's a second over there. Okay, are we ready to, I don't think we have to vote on something like this. I think we could just do it, but but it's a motion, so we need to vote on it at this point since it's been seconded. All in favor of taking the dinner break now? Coming back, hearing delegate testimony, if any, and then taking up Rule 46, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? All of that, and there's no enthusiastic ayes or nays? Oh,
Pretty
boy.
weak sauce.
Pretty weak. I'm going to rule the nays have it on that one. Is there any other, one last call, is there any other delegate testimony on supplemental rules? Here we go.
James Cullison, SD Line, alternate. I would thank the committee for not doing top two runoff. I am very much in favor of endless balloting. I agree with the gentleman here that points out Robert's rules and the 1800s presidential elections were done endless number of ballots. Anyone could win, but we don't have time for that. I also don't like top two runoffs. That's cutting it too short. I think you've picked the right compromise, and I urge you to stick with it. You will have to retrain your caucus chairs. You are going to have to rewrite all of the documents that have been prepared before this. It's a headache. If you're going to do that, my suggestion that I pose for you is when we do the SREC races, Supplemental Rule 18, I would like to do ladies first, SREC woman, followed by SREC man. We have two genders in this party, and I think we should be chivalrous.
Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any other delegate testimony? Yes, sir. On supplemental rules. Name, rank, no. Name, SD, and delegate or alternate.
Walter West, SD 19, delegate. I would just about the ladies going first with SREC. I think chivalry and the fact that our women that are in the vice chair's race have been overlooked. I think it would be the appropriate thing to put the women first. That's it.
More? On supplementals.
Eric Blake, SD 22, a delegate out of Ellis County, south of DFW. Question on supplemental Rule 15. Would it be helpful if the committee amended the wording to make it obvious whether nominations require a second and whether self-nominations are permitted when it comes to nominating for any of the permanent chair or any of the permanent committee positions or even for party chair positions? The fact that it is silent in there caused problem in my SD caucus 2 years ago where it was unclear whether seconds were required, and the chair ended up making a rule that if you self-nominate, you need a second, but if you don't self-nominate, you don't need, it was just weird. Anything you can do to take out ambiguity for these poor caucus chairs is appreciated.
Thank you. Any more? Okay, do any members want to reopen the supplemental rules in light of any of the testimony that we had?
Mr. Chair, I'm just going to ask, do we have a system for testimony? Are you just going to open it up and whoever walks up, or do we want to have a list?
We'll have a sign-in
A
sheet
sign-up
and
list that
everything.
would have an SD, and does that
Correct.
need to be in our supplemental rules, or is it okay?
I don't
just-
believe so. That's
Okay.
just a matter of making things work in practice.
Thank you.
It's just we're a little more casual. Okay, y'all ready for a dinner break? Okay, let's break until, it's almost 7 o'clock now. Let's break until 8. We'll plan on 30 minutes of delegate testimony. Depending on how many delegates are here to actually testify, if y'all would like to take up a proviso that we limit the testimony to Rule 46, which I suspect may be all we get to tonight, that would be appropriate, I think. And then we'll go into Rule 46. So, any questions? Yes, sir.
Do we still have security to leave our stuff, or should we take it? Should we stop and volunteer?
I think somebody will be here. Yeah, I don't.
And Mr. Chairman, can we get a copy of our Rules Committee rules and the supplemental rules that we've adopted by email? I don't have either one of those.
Yeah. We'll try to take care of that during the dinner break. Okay, yes, Leslie.
Do we have preliminary text such as like the SREC language so that the delegates can see it?
I think that's what Kathy was just asking about, so we'll send that out to you on the supplemental rules and the committee rules. Okay, we're dismissed for the third meal. See y'all back at 8 o'clock when we'll take up delegate testimony.